Wow.
So I had two Shalom two bitten above me too.
All in Florida, or you had to travel?
Goldschmidt, Goldstein. Gold, we gave me. Zoek nach.
Ik ben zo'n bandje aan het nachts van alle kinderen.
Only one of them is connected.
Just this one, it's all what I need. This is just a recorder, it's not a... Let's see what happens. I'll know in 2 minutes. Thank you, I already used it, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Vash. If he starts making funny pictures, then I know it's not working.
Connected. You see the Wi-Fi thing there?
Okay, because the other one, it wasn't working so good. Okay. I'm going to turn it off for a minute. I'll turn it back on. Upset. Okay. Agresa Yesh. What's your name? Aaron Baruch. Who's your father?
Levi
Eunuch. Who's your grandfather?
David. I get a guy from Naftali.
Okay, very interesting.
What do you know?
Nobody.
Now you know what?
It's a recorder. This is a broadcaster.
How are you, Rabbi?
Tell me your name.
Label Chazanovich.
I recognize you, but I don't remember you.
Chabad South I've been harassing, I haven't in a while. I need to get back on his case. Pesach. Have ideas for the website.
Okay. So it's between you and him.
Yeah.
I got enough to do, but
I haven't been on his case, but I have my... Is he active?
Pesach, sure.
Yeah.
The website is going through a lot of things that you don't realize. The app and the website, everything has to be fine-tuned, but we're getting there.
Right.
It takes a lot of work, and you don't see...
No, I was talking to him specifically about the app at first, but I think my shit is very different than his. I think everything of yours should be on every platform. And then you should also have your website that you can listen to as well, the same way it is now. That's how I did it with Rabbi Kras this year. On the website, you can listen to it, you can watch it, and then you can also go off the website to watch it or listen to it anywhere else.
He feels you're going to lose people because there's so much, yeah?
Lose people from what? If anything, you're going to gain people. I have a very difficult time using the app. The app crashes every time, halfway through a year.
Have you refreshed it recently?
No.
Refresh the app.
When did you push an update?
Last couple of weeks. That's what he told me. So what's new? How are you?
Not bad. How you doing, man? Oh, so good to see you.
Good to see you.
Have you been? How was Boca? Good?
Busy, man.
You're always busy. You're never not busy at any point, ever.
Isn't that life?
What?
Isn't that life?
Yeah, right? Nothing, it's all relenting and never ending, and then it does end.
It's good, it's good, it's good, it's good.
Yeah.
How's your mother?
She's okay. She's doing her thing.
She's here, right? She's not in California.
She's here. And, not Ball Harbor, Bay Harbor Island, but right there.
So the rabbi is a British guy, right?
Which guy?
A British guy.
She doesn't go to the shul
okay.
where Lipsker was. She goes to the Young Israel over there. Moskowitz, I think is his name. I'm not sure.
But Bay Harbor, there's another like a shoulder, no?
Yeah. It's the one of the son-in-law.
Silver something or other.
Yeah, something like that. But I don't remember exactly. But
He's an old man.
I know, right?
He's a retired businessman. He want to run that show.
Yeah. But like he's so I think it started off as like kind of an offshoot because that's where like the kids were and they were able to get their own show going, even though whatever. So yeah, she's over there. She's doing okay. Her husband's not doing great, but as expected.
She's doing what she does best, taking care of a man.
Yeah.
So it's new. I believe you finally figured it out.
Well, everyone needs a pickle, right? That's what
Some people need a pickle. Some people let you. Wow, Harav Yosef Yitzchak Nemes.
How are you?
What are you doing in Florida? Am I making in Florida?
Everybody comes here.
So you're here for the night?
I'm unfortunately only here for about an hour, maybe a little longer, because I got something to do. It's good to see you.
So I spent Shabbos with your nephew,
you were by Zalman Korf.
Greenwald.
Yeah, with Zevi Greenwald. And it's a nice community. It's a nice,
very nice community.
Kenny Herman was there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a chassidische Kehille.
Yeah.
En ze van zich alleen. I mean, Korf is nicht kafieren.
But he lets, the thing with his mile is that he doesn't try to
He doesn't have
runs
much
a loose ship a little bit.
He doesn't have much of a choice. He really doesn't.
Anyway.
But it's a beautiful Kehille.
Hij had Yartzeit necht.
Yeah, yeah.
With the rest of his family. There was a kiddos yesterday.
For the South Florida, yeah.
Yes, I was there by the kiddos.
You were the
Anyway,
guest
I'm looking
speaker?
forward. No, I'm actually part of it. It was a regional kiddos.
Region of Louisiana.
I was the only person that came from outside of Florida. This again. We're here.
So I met somebody from Louisiana, Take.
Yeah? Yes.
Someone named Shapiro.
Wrong. No, a young guy. About like 40, 45.
So he knows Zelig
Sweet.
from like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
So he sang.
He's an older man, like 75 or like 45?
No.
Like
Small
45.
little beard.
Yeah. Yeah, he's from New Orleans.
He made a coffee.
Well,
So I'm giving you all kinds of regards.
yeah, okay. I'm looking forward.
We were once in Shiva Bacham. Not in Shiva Bacham anymore.
Very good.
Simon.
I also forgot to say Mazel Tov. I know, and I got both times. That's awesome, though. How are they? How's everybody? Yeah, right?
Crazy and hectic.
Yeah?
I ran away to Florida.
That's a good plan. We gotta pay for it somehow.
Yes, right. You shall.
That's
Okay, I'm supposed to know who you are.
So stuck. You were in my house in Georgia many moons ago.
Almost 40 years ago.
And I sat in the very same place last year. You were here with us.
And I asked you the same question.
And I don't mind doing it many times.
My memories.
I really appreciate it. It was a few nights ago you were Farbrengen, and it was alive. Towards the end, maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock, I didn't hear the beginning of it. There was a thing with Manas Friedman's Indian that apparently has some mixed reactions, but something you kept repeating as like a refrain.
Shleich of the Rebbe. 55 years.
Shliach of the Rebbe for
55 years.
Whatever anyone said, he's a shliach of the
Not what everyone says. That's enough.
Your answer to that was just that, no matter what anyone said.
Good, I'm happy you heard it. May I give you a kiss, Yankele? Regards from
45 years, you know,
from the
that's
left
a lot.
coast. I was in California a week ago.
Yeah, I know.
So how Gris, fishing Gris. Phenomen, lift that up.
Wedding, South Africa, New York.
With Hashem's help, yeah. Alleen mag man God. Ich habe alle jüdische Kinder gesagt about.
I wish I had some songs.
Huh?
I could use some songs.
Okay, gib mir eine Brache. 1, 2, 3, wie viel der da ist? Geef mir mal niks. Erken. En darf noch. Look, I need a young man. Reitzes. I need a favor. A half a cup of hot water. 5 teaspoons of coffee. Nothing else. Poison. You are. You were here last year.
Yes.
2 years ago.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Very good. You have to understand. I wasn't saying that to the world. Manis has a nephew. His name is Yoni Katz. It bothers him very much that people are picking on Manis. I asked him once, is Manis as worried about himself as you are? He says no. I'm talking to him. Don't worry, Manis okay. He's Mercedes. Shliach Rebbe, 55 years.
He runs the one that runs his YouTube channel. That one. He was there that night. I saw.
Yoni.
Hold it down when you want to use it, okay? I'm turning it off now so you don't hear everything.
It might have been for his benefit.
Tell me your name.
Salman Rubin.
Salman?
Rubin. Yeah, a lot of my friends are in your yeshiva. I know you from around.
Shalom Aleichem. I probably know you, I'm old.
It might have been for his benefit, but I don't think he's the only one that could stand to hear that. It was a good reminder.
I was the one who asked you the questions on Misa Tzaddik Mechaberes, by the way.
Sorry?
I was the one who had asked you the questions on the Misa Tzaddik Mechaberes.
Thank you.
There are additional questions, obviously, that I have. I'm still researching it.
Give me a little time.
You don't have whiskey, right?
Whiskey at the Rebbe Farbrengen or not?
In the Farbrengen.
They serve whiskey at the Rebbe Farbrengen? That wouldn't ask it.
I'll take it.
But they never bring there's a mashki either, they serve wine.
What's with the Rebbe? Pour over their cup?
Well, I guess.
Sorry.
Depends what year. But there's also been wine. That was Simchas Teire. When I was here last year,
Yeah.
was he here before Rabbi Korf passed away or after?
Passed away when you were Farbrengen by Rabbi Rosenfeld.
Rabbi Rosenfeld. And the next morning, I actually went to the Levi. I felt very
Why are you
honored. By the yeshiva, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see you.
We went by you, but we already missed it. So we went to the center. They came to you first. So we ran here and we missed it, so we...
I was here at the Levaya. It was like 10 o'clock and I had a flight an hour and a half later.
You went to the Levi in New York?
I went to both, here and here. Told me to be ready 9 o'clock. I made a 10:30 flight, then he came 45 minutes late.
And then you were back here for the Farbrengen that night?
Next night.
Not that night?
Next night.
So what was I in the middle of? Someplace else?
I was supposed to fly back the next same night. My flight got canceled.
I myself too much, but I remember when that's all it was. Of course.
Come out. It's filling up.
I'm sorry?
People come out. It's filling up.
Record the time.
Everything is CHK.
I can't eat when I talk. That's why I had to eat before. At the end of the Farbrengen, there's something left over, I'll eat. But now I can't eat.
You can do much work. You do much work. Trust me.
I'm sorry?
Old peoples.
I thought you said old grievances.
Old grievances.
You're going to say something first, right?
Sure. Not more than 90 seconds. I want to steal the show. They hear me the whole year.
Huh?
They hear me the whole year.
Huge update.
Please tell him. Please tell him. Tell him the nice news also.
You know Rabbi Paltiel? Met him before? Where'd you meet him?
Camera's a little bit on an angle.
Huh?
What does that mean?
This, like this.
This side or this side?
This side. Right here, let's say. Yeah, that's good. I guess we'll see you better. That's perfect.
So the whole world gets to watch Emmanuel also.
No, I don't want to be on.
So then change seats and sit here.
Let's go here. I want to eat also.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Ja pa wam bieżu. Ja pa wam bieżu.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I am.
Guys, heads up. You guys, you might be in the video, so just when you eat, Melachanetz and everyone here at this table in the video. Believe you're gonna come out of the farm.
I'll create this technically one time when I was here.
Okay, we're in the hot seat.
You're 40 already, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Remember, you're my shop then.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to see how many years it is.
It's like it was just a buffalo the other day, you know? Play right there.
That's right. So was I. It's being recorded, but don't worry.
It's
It's going to be edited.
Works now? Yeah.
To put it on. No, he wants it off until you're ready to use it. So when you're ready, we'll turn it on. Okay?
I think we're ready to start, yeah? Yeah. When it dies down, I'll introduce them, yeah. I have to turn it on or not? As soon as it ends, we'll do it.
It's not going to end by itself. He has to end it.
Good Yom Tov, good Yom Tov.
Good Yom Tov, good Yom Tov.
So Yud Gimmel Tamuz, it's very special. The Rebbe would always say, by Kodshim, Halayla Hayla Chachar Yom, which means that when you bring a korban, technically, even though you brought by day, you had till Hatzoyfen, but yet all the way go till the next morning, till it's a Shachar, for taking the korban. And the Rebbe would say, by Kodshim, we don't only mean korbanos, but anything which is holy. Yom de Pagra, Chag Gula from the Nasi, the Frierdiker Rebbe. So today is Yud Gimel, already going into Yud Dalet, and the Indian is that we want to connect, take the inspiration that we had from Shabbos, or from Friday night, it was Yud Bais and Yud Gimel, but after it was a 2-day Yom Tov. The Frierdiker Rebbe got his papers only the next day because the office being open, so it's another reason for us to be Mamshich Eures and bring it, sit together in Farbrengen. It's a tradition that we bring down many years. Rabbi Paltiel to Farbrengen with us, my Mashpia and Choyve Teure, my Shafton, as the Bocher, made a beautiful shidduch between my wife, Rachel Blau, and myself, and many years he Farbrengens with us. I'd like to thank the sponsors, some of them. We have Shnir Zalman, Ben Ilana, Vechana Baschana, and Refuah Shalema for Menachem Mendel Baschana. I'd like to thank Rabbi Man for being one of the sponsors, Mr. Ofik and Mrs. Sushard for helping us with his Farbrengen tonight, and Yossi Berkowitz, happy birthday to him. He hasn't arrived yet, but when he comes, everybody wish him a happy birthday on the occasion, Yud Gimel Tamuz, and all of the people who are mishtatef and put this beautiful Suda together. So l'chaim, if anyone who doesn't have l'chaim, we have Fleishika Suda. Everybody is encouraged to wash and say l'chaim, and we'll give the floor to Rav Yosef Paltiel, the director of Insight Chassidus Shirim Go worldwide. He's here to Farbrengen with us on this auspicious day of Yud Gimel Tamuz. Rabbi Paltiel.
L'chaim, l'chaim, everybody. L'chaim l'bracha, l'chaim, 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 l'chaim, l'chaim. Rabbi Storper made the mistake of triggering me, which is not hard to do. The word is azoi. When you're talking about the world the Eibishter created, hayem he'elech achar halayla. First it's dark and then it's night. When it comes to avodas Hashem, the word is avoida. So then it's halayla he'elech achar hayem. Why? First of all, you shine a light, and then you make the darkness shine. That's a higher madrega. That's the reason for halayla he'elech achar hayem. Okay, hello everybody. Shalom Aleichem. I've been. This is right. Almost I guess it is a tradition. I've been here so many times in Beis Tamuz. It just works out that way. I want to start with a story with the Frierdiker Rebbe. That's in the Yem, I believe. That we know that the Rabbeim had a tradition. The Rabbeim had a tradition that they would say Chassidus on their birthday. But Klal, the idea of birthday goes back to the Baal Shem Tov. You know, there's a little bit of a controversy about whether you should or should not commemorate and celebrate birthdays within the parameters of Torah. Because in the Chumash, the only example of Yom Huledes is Parei. Yom Huledes es Parei. So the Welt sagt, Parei makes a birthday party, the rest of us mehechet eiseh. But the Rebbe brings a Gemara Yerushalmi that says that on a person's birthday, Mazle Goyver. And from the Baal Shem Tov, I don't know before, but the Baal Shem Tov used to make a big Inyan of his birthday, which happened to be Chai Elul, and as we know the tradition, that would be the beginning of the 12 days of preparation for Rosh Hashanah, Yom LaChodesh. From the times of the Baal Shem Tov, the Rabbeim commemorated their birthday, but they did it privately. Chassidim didn't know about it. The Frierdiker Rebbe started to reveal the Inyan of a birthday, and of course, when the Rebbe Chaim Mushka passed away, the Rebbe made it into official mitzvah. Yom Huledes, in conjunction with the Rebbe's passing on Chof Hey Oder Tavshim Ches, the Rebbe spoke a Sikha after Mincha, and that was the beginning of the official idea that there's a mitzvah Yom Huledes. The Rebbe made 10 minhagim benegeh to Yom Huledes. 10 minhagim. The Rebbe 10 minhagim, and one of the most interesting minhagim is that the Rebbe said you should make a shechayanu on your birthday, and you can even use a beged chodesh. That normally you don't make a shechayanu on a beged chodesh, but together with two things together, you can make a shechayanu on your Yom Huledes. That made a whole inyan for Yom Huledes. But by the Rabbeim, birthday was always an inyan, but it was private. And the Frierdiker Rebbe tells stories how his father, the Rebbe Rashab, when Chof Mar Cheshvan, which was his birthday, was Shabbos, he would say Chassidus. The people didn't necessarily know that there was a secondary inyan connected to his birthday, but the Frierdiker Rebbe obviously knew. But when Chof Mar Cheshvan was on a weekday, the Rebbe Rashab used to call the Frierdiker Rebbe into his room privately, and he would say Chassidus to him in conjunction with his birthday. This was a tradition all the years. In Tov Reish Pei, that means 1919. Long time no see. Lang nicht gesehen. The Rebbe Rashab called in the Frierdiker Rebbe. It was not Shabbos. And he said Chassidus on his Yom Haledes. The Rebbe Rashab said Chassidus, the Frierdiker Rebbe, on his birthday, Chof Mar Cheshvan. And when he finished saying the Chassidus, he said to the Frierdiker Rebbe, I give you a bracha that you should say Chassidus on your birthday. Now, the previous Rebbe used to say that the winter of Tov Reish Pei, his father was telling him goodbye. He called it the Birchas HaPrei Deteg. That whole winter, the Rebbe Rashab passed away Beis Nissen that year, before Pesach. And the Frierdiker Rebbe used to say that winter, his father was telling him many things that he didn't necessarily at the time even understand. But when his father was nostalgic, he understood in retrospect that this was his father's, he called it Birchas HaPrei Deteg. He was saying goodbye. He was parting with him. The word Preda means to part. And he was telling him things that were negated to the Rebbe the way it would be after Beis Nissen. When the Rebbe Rashab told the Frierdiker Rebbe, I give you a bracha, you should say Chassidus on Yom Haledes, so I don't know the Das Elyon, but the Frierdiker Rebbe understood in Das Tachten what his father was saying, and he immediately responded. His father said to him, I give you a bracha, you should say Chassidus on your birthday. So the Frierdiker Rebbe said, Bitnai ezel zayin bechesed berachmim. In other words, he's not saying no, but he's making a condition. In other words, he's not saying no to the idea of Nesius, of being a Rebbe, a Nasi, but he's making a condition. And the condition is Bechesed Berachmim. Bechesed Berachmim, the way it's understood, doesn't mean that Hashem should treat him with kindness and compassion, because I don't know if you could say that about the Frierdiker Rebbe. Punkt, genoi. Bechesed Berachmim means how he should relate to his Chassidim. Bechesed Berachmim means that the Frierdiker Rebbe is agreeing to be a Rebbe on the condition that he's only going to see good in his Chassidim. It's an interesting, the condition. And when our Rebbe became a Rebbe, Yud Shvat Tov Shin Yud Aleph, it's printed, the Sikh is Muga, it's in the Likutei Sichos Chelik Beis, but there's actually a tape, you can hear the Rebbe saying it at the end of the Farbrengen. The Rebbe said, the Rebbe de Shver, when the Frierdiker Rebbe was discussing with his father, the from the Seers, I'm not quoting it verbatim, I don't have that kind of memory. He made a condition with his father, and the Rebbe said, in effect, that he's making the same condition. Just only see good. So I heard that Rav Berel Yunik Alav Shalom was in the Rebbe's room the first few years after the Rebbe became Rebbe, and the Rebbe was reading mail. I don't know why Rabbi Yunik was in the Rebbe's room, but the Rebbe was reading mail. And the Rebbe said sort of to himself, but Rabbi Yunik was zeicher to hear it in Yiddish. He says, ich habe ausgenommen at night nor zu sehen Gutes of Menschen. The Rebbe said, it's a miracle that I made a deal that I'm only going to see the good. Whatever letter the Rebbe was reading, it's a miracle that I made up that I'm only seeing the positive. So Bechesed Berachmim means the Frierdiker Rebbe said he's going to be a Rebbe in the condition that his relationship with his Chassidim is going to be only positive. The negative he's not going to see, he'll see only the positive. So is that good for us or is that not good for us? That depends on which side of the psychological divide you fall, right? Would you rather be criticized? You want to get a hug? I guess there's a little bit of both. There's an argument to be said, Ahovas HaBikeres. On the other hand, we're very, very happy that the Rebbe's, his yachzis to us is only Bechesed Berachmim. So Bechesed Berachmim means we should see the Gula B'Es Shlema Mamish, take it from Miyad. I need more mashke. So l'chaim everybody, we shall help us on Bechesed Berachmim, B'Teva Nirva Nigle. We're coming from Yud Bais Tamuz, it's a Chag HaGeula, we're going into the 100th year. It's as the Rebbe said 30-some years ago, it's high time. It's a hechted Zeit for the Bias HaMashiach. It's Gals Malach HaMashiach. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. I want to share something with you in light of this. That this is water. This is water. Yes, water. Yeah. that during the Pashas HaSfarim, during the whole circumstance of the Sfarim, for whatever reasons, it became necessary for the Rebbe to write a job description of himself. It became necessary for the Rebbe to write down what is his role as a Rebbe. And this Ksav Yad Kodesh, this manuscript, this piece of paper is quite well known. It's very easy to find. It was revealed right after Gimmel Tamuz, and we all have it. You've seen it. You just may not realize what it is. But the Rebbe he had to write down what is his role as a Rebbe, and he wrote it down in a few lines. The first thing is that he has to be a dugma chai, he has to be a living example for his chassidim to follow, that he should encourage them to serve the Eibush that they were supposed to. There's a lot of words there about Yerushalayim and the mitzvah that I don't remember precisely, but that's the Teuchen. But then it says, V'acher kach bo avedosei betur prat, which means after his public role comes his private role. In other words, a Rebbe's first definition is the kohol. The Rebbe's first definition is the tzibur, is the am, is the whole people. Then comes second his own avodah. In other words, there's a lot of people. There's a famous sikha from the Rebbe, Yud Bais Tamas sikha take. I'll tell you the whole story already. That we need air conditioning in here, don't you think? Epis geshen mit air conditioning. Ich weiß nicht. Es ist noch zus. Davon stone sick. There's a it's on the Siches. It's a chelik yudches on the Siches. Or Chav Gimmel. That there was a Asifas HaRabbonim, was a meeting about a very, very serious question that affected Yiddishkeit in Russia. And the leaders of the Jewish people in Russia at that time, on the side of the Chassidim was the Rebbe Rashab, and the side of the Eilamishe was Reb Chaim Brisker, Reb Chaim. The Rebbe Rashab and the Reb Chaim had an incredibly warm relationship, an extremely unusual relationship. They were pushed very close to each other. I'll tell you something which people don't know. There's a sefer called Teiras Emes. It was published 14 years ago, when Teiras Emes became 100. Teiras Emes Yeshiva in Yerushalayim, which the Rebbe Rashab and the Frierdiker Rebbe Meyasid in Tafashayim Beis. That means 1912. So in 2012, that's 14 years ago, the Yeshiva of Teiras Emes gave out a volume about the history of the Yeshiva, 100 years old. History of yeshivas is not exactly exciting. It's quite boring, actually. I shouldn't say that because Shiyazevich is going to send me an angry look. But in the Sefer Teiras Emes, there's a big, big section on the chassid who was extraordinarily special that nobody appreciates because unfortunately, we don't know any of his children. His name was Rabbi Simchovich. And you should buy the Sefer Teiras Emes and read the biography of Rabbi Simchovich. It's very, very special. What was I just going to say? I'm amazing. So, in that Sefer Teiras Emes, one of the different personalities that's mentioned is Harav Berel Rifkin, Dave Ber Rifkin. Berel Rifkin was a Tomim. He wrote the Sefer Hashkafta, the Rebbe. He lived in New York for many, many years. He was a Shiv and Terve Das. But he was in Etzfel for a while, and he was a Shiv and Teiras Emes. So they have a little bit about him in the Sefer. And one of the things that they write is that Berel Rifkin, his name was Moshe Deber, Harav Moshe Deber Rifkin, Medaber, Piha Medaber, he calls himself. Harav Moshe Deber Rifkin was the person who told the Frierdiker Rebbe about the passing of Reb Chaim. It was Ayin Tes, he passed before the Rebbe Rashab. He was older than the Rebbe Rashab a little bit. Reb Chaim Brisker. And he told the Frierdiker Rebbe about the passing of Reb Chaim Brisker, and the Rebbe Rayat started to cry. He couldn't believe how. Rabbi Rifkin says he couldn't. The Frierdiker Rebbe cried like he lost his father. His distraction was extraordinary, and it's interesting. There was a very, very deep relationship between the Reb Chaim and the Rebbe Rashab. Very deep relationship. Anyway, there was a meeting at Tafresh Ayin Shas Eter in 1910, approximately. And they were trying to address a very, very difficult question that faced the future of the Jewish people in Russia. And you understand, within a few years, all this became moot, because when the Bolsheviks took over, whatever decisions were made became irrelevant. But at the time, it was the reality of the situation. And the Rebbe Rashab took a very powerful position on this question. Reb Chaim followed the Rebbe Rashab, and they lost. whatever it was that they wanted to achieve, they did not succeed at. So it was a very big disappointment. It was a very big disappointment. After the Asifa, Reb Chaim went to visit the Rebbe Rashab privately in his hotel, in his room where he was staying. And he walked into the Rebbe Rashab, and the Rebbe Rashab was sitting and crying. So Reb Chaim said to the Rebbe Rashab, Lebavitch Rebbe, was weint hier? Wir haben getan alles, was wir haben gekannt. Lebavitch Rebbe, why are you crying? We did absolutely everything we could have done. So the Rebbe Rashab answered, Aber mir hab nicht gefehlt, but we didn't succeed. We were not successful. So the Rebbe asked the question, the Reb Chaim was also Gadol B'Yisrael. Why was it that the Rebbe Rashab cried and Reb Chaim didn't cry about this question? And the Rebbe's answer was, because the Rebbe Rashab was a Nasi. He was a Rebbe. And Reb Chaim was a Gadol B'Yisrael who served the Jewish people. Now, how you separate one from the other in this Indian is interesting to understand, but based on this minor from the Rebbe, the difference is Pashat. A Rebbe's first role is not himself. A Rebbe's first role is the people. His first obligation is to the communities, to the nation. His second avodah is his personal avodah. Most people are not that way. Most people have their own avodah, and from their avodah, their own personal relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, their own service, their own whatever it is, comes their involvement with others. Here it's the opposite. You're first of all a cloud. First of all, you don't belong to yourself. Like the Rebbe said about the Frierdiker Rebbe, the Sfarim belonged to my father because my father belonged to the Chassidim. And this is not just to the Chassidim, but a Rebbe belongs to the community. Like the halacha is by a melech, the halacha of a king in halacha, and a melech is called a nasi, is there's no private by a king. There's no such thing as private. There's no such thing. Most leaders, even in Yiddishkeit, have a private and a public. A nasi has a private. A nasi of Sanhedrin has a private and a public. Chocham has a private. A melech, there's no private. His whole mitzvah is the community. That's why melech shemochel al kvede ein kvede mochel. A king is not allowed to forego his honor because it's not considered his. It's considered the honor of the people. A chocham is allowed to be meichel because the Torah is considered his own. A king, a Rebbe, is the property of the nation. So the Rebbe said that Chaim Brisker was a Gadol B'Yisrael. He served the Jewish people, but he came from a place of being a person who had a private avodah first. I'm putting words into the Rebbe's mouth. The Rebbe Rashab, this was his inyan. And because this was the inyan of the Rebbe Rashab, when he has a job to do, that's his. Not a job that he's volunteering for. A job, this is his purpose. And you fail, even if you tried your best, you failed. Like the Rebbe told the story about the Frierdiker Rebbe, the same kind of a story, that the previous Rebbe said, the Frierdiker Rebbe said, I think it's in the same Sikha, the Frierdiker Rebbe said, when he was released from prison, the Frierdiker Rebbe said that in the Rosh Hashanah before, the Frierdiker was arrested Tezvav Sivan, the 15th day in the month of Sivan in 1927. He spent 18 and a half days in the Shpalerka prison. He was allowed to leave the prison, and they sent him off to an exile, which is supposed to be for 3 years, and it lasted 9 days, or 10 days, from Yud Gimmel Tamuz to Yud Bais or Yud Gimmel Tamuz, and then he was allowed to leave. And then, of course, the end of that was that the Rebbe left Russia. There's a letter from the Frierdiker Rebbe, Hayetzia mi Medina Seinu Hoysa B'chrach, Rabbi Malov, was meint it? Mit Achleis kommen uncovered. Ja, ich verstehe. The Frierdiker Rebbe, when he went from a city to a city, used to fast. And Reb Chatzke Fegen said to him, wie viel ist fasten? Hat der Rebbe gesagt, man darf es auskrenken. Aber früher darf man Kabels an der Covid, nicht mehr auskrenken. Komm, setz dich an der Geben an. Und danach hat man nicht wegen auskrenken der Covid.
If you don't want to see me, I'll sit here.
We have a mirror. I put up a mirror, not to see you. Okay. So what's the story? So the Frierdiker Rebbe said after he was released from prison that in the Maimer of Rosh Hashanah, before he was arrested, in the middle of the Rosh Hashanah Maimer, he spoke about Hashgacha Pratis, according to the Baal Shem Tov's opinion of Hashgacha Pratis, that it's absolutely precise, afilu el datzach. And in the Maimer that we have, it's not printed. If you look in the Maimer of Rosh Hashanah Pesach, it's not there. Apparently, the Frierdiker Rebbe was not planning to say it in the Maimer. He didn't prepare it. But as he was speaking, the inyan of Hashgacha Pratis came out of his mouth. And the Frierdiker Rebbe said, after he was released from prison, that if he had not mentioned the sheet of Hashgacha Pratis of the Baal Shem Tov in the Rosh Hashanah Maimer before his arrest, he would not have survived the arrest. It would have been too painful for him. So the Rebbe said, what does one thing have to do with the other? And the Rebbe's answer was, a Rebbe's inyan is people. A Rebbe's inyan is people, first of all. In other words, this is the transition. There's a lot of big tzaddikim. And a lot of tzaddikim don't only serve the Eibishter, they serve the community. And the bigger a tzaddik they are, the more obligation and responsibility they have to the call, to everybody. But they're coming from a place of private. They're a person who serves Hashem, and the Eibishter gave them special kishrayim, special gifts, special talents, special sensitivities, and they use those not just for their own enhancement and advancement, they use it to help other people, but they're coming from a private place to a public place. Being a Rebbe means you become a public person. Not to have a public role. Your identity is public. Your avodah b'tor prat, your personal avodah Hashem is if there's leftover time, then there's your avodah, because you become koho, you become klal, you become the community, become everybody. So the Rebbe said, since the Frierdiker was a Rebbe, and if he's sitting in jail, he's not able to do what a Rebbe does. You know what the Frierdiker Rebbe said? And these statements, they sober you, they disturb you. There's Gemaras that speak about what happens when tzaddikim speak words. A tzaddik says a word without much thought. The tzaddik says words under a certain condition, and there's terrible consequences, because the words of a tzaddik have an enormous amount of power. A tzaddik says something, and supposedly it was just a casual comment, it was a circumstantial comment. It has incredible, the Gemara tells stories about people, tzaddikim, who said words, and then later there was an enormous fallout because they spoke this way. The Frierdiker Rebbe was in Kastrama. The Frierdiker Rebbe was in exile, and he turned to Rebbe L'chaim Altois, who was with him in his mais, in his miklat, in his golus. And he looked at his hands, and he said to Rebbe L'chaim, "As ich kann nicht schreiben wegen Tashbar, was darf ich haben in der Hand?" Which means, if I cannot write letters to strengthen Torah mitzvahs, Yiddishkeit, children, I don't need hands. And we know how much the Frierdiker Rebbe suffered physically later. I'm assuming connections, although I have no basis to do so. But the Metzias of a Rebbe is a public person, not a private person who takes on a public role. A Metzias of a Rebbe is a person that when he's in that level of Nesias, of being a Rebbe, his very, very essence is the community. So the Rebbe said, if a Rebbe can't do his thing, the Rebbe asks himself, what purpose do I have? Because this is, in other words, most of us, if you can't, my father-in-law told me, my shver was a Moshe Nemenov, that Reb Nissen was a hunted man. I mean, the KGB, they wanted to get him in the worst possible way. He sat. Everybody sat. The question only if he sat twice or three times. I just recently saw the word that the David Shafrin said to the Frierdiker Rebbe in America. Einmal sitzen is Achiv. Zweimal sitzen is the mitzvah. Dreimal sitzen is Mexica Yuara. That means to sit once in jail is a requirement. To sit twice in jail, that's doing the mitzvah correctly. 3 times, that's already showing off. That's already boastful. They all sat in prison in the 20s. But they came home alive. The purges, the idea of just killing people. Stalin just killed. This was in the 30s. So they were looking for Nissen. So for 2 years, he wouldn't step out of the house. He was locked up in his house. So my shver said to me, "What's the getan? I learned the gedavent." My father-in-law, I think he remembered it, but he was a very little boy. His father didn't walk in the street. He didn't go out, didn't go to the mikveh, didn't go to a shul, didn't step outside the home. No one was allowed to know he was there for several years because he was a hunted man. So if you asked him, this was the best years of his life. He's a shliach. He has a mission. But if he can't do the mission, he could learn in daven. If a Rebbe can't do his mission, he has no metzias. Because this is his definition. This is what he is. So the Rebbe said that when the Frierdiker Rebbe realized that he's not able to do a shlichus, the only consolation that he could give himself is that the Eibishter did it. It is a hashgacha pratis. In other words, the hashgacha pratis, according to the Baal Shem Tov understanding of hashgacha pratis, means that you can't understand it because it's beyond reason, it's beyond understanding. So the Frierdiker was able to accept that even though he's a Nasi, he's a Rebbe, he has a public role, the Eibishter has put him in a situation where for this minute he's not able to do his mission, and the Rebbe was able to accept it, not based on the fact that he had something else to do, but based on the fact that this is the Ratzon of the Eibishter. This is the Ratzon of the Eibishter. So this is a Rebbe. So the Rebbe had to write this. Our Rebbe had to write this on a piece of paper, which is now very public, that a Rebbe's role is first of all the community, and second of all, he has his private avoid. And I guess if you want to understand perhaps what a Rebbe is after he becomes a Rebbe versus a Rebbe before he becomes a Rebbe, before a Rebbe is also a Rebbe. But there's daber echad lader, v'lei shnei daborim lader. There's only one Rebbe in every generation. You don't know if you know the story. It's in the Kutasicha someplace. It's in the Dishimis of the Rebbe. That our Rebbe, once asked the Frierdiker Rebbe, his father-in-law, about the Tzemach Tzedek and the Mittler Rebbe. In the last years of the Mittler Rebbe's life, the Mittler Rebbe was very limited physically. And the Tzemach Tzedek was with him one person mamish. And the truth of the matter is that exact same scenario repeated it again with the Rebbe and the Frierdiker Rebbe. Also, the Rebbe and the Shvet, the Rebbe, the father-in-law, in both cases. So the Rebbe asked the Frierdiker Rebbe whether you could say about the Tzemach Tzedek during the lifetime of the Mittler Rebbe, those few years, the two kings are sharing one crown. And the Frierdiker Rebbe said to him, Vos redstu? A Rebbe is no reiner. The Frierdiker Rebbe told the Rebbe, what are you saying? He's only one Rebbe. And perhaps the Rebbe was not asking the question about the Mittler Rebbe and the Tzemach Tzedek. He was asking the question about himself, and the Rebbe told him there was one Rebbe. So before the Rebbe was a Rebbe, he's also a Rebbe. So what's the difference between a Rebbe before he's a Rebbe and after the Rebbe? Of course, we don't know these things. There's a story, a very interesting story. I heard it myself from Rabbi Hendel Alav Shalom, Rabbi Yitzchak Hendel, that in Poland, in Temchat Mimim, in Atvatsk, there were two. I heard this from Rabbi Hendel. I spent a day with him once, and he told me a lot of interesting things. When zwei Shiurim, a nidrike Shiur, the echere Shiur. There was a lower Shiur. If you know Rabbi Hendel, this is how he sounded. A lower Shiur, the higher Shiur. The higher Shiur was the Rosh Hashiva, Rabbi Yud Leber, who was an incredible gon. And the youngest Shiur was he wasn't a Lubavitch, he was a Kotzke Chassid. His name was Reb David L'Rikir. David Rikir. Reish Yud Kuf Ein Reish. This Reb David L'Rikir was a very, very big Talmid Chacham. And he was an incredible Yerei Shamayim. Rabbi Fuchs, Alav Shalom, told me to describe to me how big a Yerei Shamayim this Reb David L'Rikir was, that in Atvatsk on Pesach, they used to close the kitchen. The kitchen was closed Pesach. So the Baruch went home. The Baruch didn't go home. Wo haben sie gegessen? Sie haben gegessen bei Reb David. In other words, if you were not able to go home and you had to be in yeshiva, the yeshiva paid Reb David to feed the Baruch. It was a big Yerei Shamayim. The story was that he was a Kotzke Chassid. Kotzk, which of course has a very, very strong history, was a tiny chassidus. Was not a lot of people. And in 1937, I believe, the Kotzke Rebbe passed away childless, unkinder. So the Kotzke Chassidim turned to Reb David and asked him that he should be Rebbe. So he didn't know what to do. So he went to the Frierdiker Rebbe. Now, part of the story I heard from Rabbi Hendel, and the other part I heard from Rabbi Fuchs, but I'm not going to tell you who told me what, it doesn't matter. He went into the Frierdiker Rebbe, and he asked the Frierdiker Rebbe what he should do with this information, with this request. And the Frierdiker Rebbe said, quote, As Chassidim beten is a simin as a do epis. If Chassidim are asking, that itself is the proof that there's something to discuss. To bring out what it is that makes a person, this is not a nasi b'Yisrael, this is a nasi of a Eidah, of a community, your kishkis have to turn its head out. And then, the Frierdiker Rebbe gave him a whole Seder Avodah. Frierdiker Rebbe told him what to do. And afterwards, he should be makabel the Admoidas. So in Kotzk, there was one rich man who paid all the bills. It was a tiny chassidus in Varsha Mistamen. And there was one rich man in Kotzk who was very instrumental in seeing that there should be a continuation. So when Reb David walked out of the Frierdiker Rebbe, he was waiting outside. Knew was Rebbe gesucht, and he repeated to him the whole Yechidus. That if Chassidim are asking, it's proof there's something to talk about. But this to bring out, you have to nikishkis, and then he told him over the instructions. Rabbi Fuchs told me that as soon as Reb David told this person the instructions, he forgot them. The first part he remembered. But the how to become a Rebbe, he heard it and went straight. He didn't need it. It's such an interesting story. He immediately forgot it. It's like it never happened. And you saw B'muchash, when the Rebbe gives information that an ordinary person doesn't need, the ordinary person doesn't have it. So Rabbi Handel told me that in Tafshin Yud, 1950, when the Rebbe needed to become a Rebbe, he went into the Rebbe, like everybody else, and he tried. And he told the Rebbe he has a raya that the Rebbe is meant, he has a proof that the Rebbe is meant to be a Rebbe, because Chassidim are asking. And he told him, Ich ben given yeshiva in Poland, when I was in yeshiva in Poland, there was the Ram, Rab David, didn't care. And the Kosker Chassidim asked him about becoming a Rebbe. So the Frierdiker Rebbe told him, if Chassidim are asking, that's a proof that there's something to discuss. This is what he told the Frierdiker Rebbe. The Rebbe is a gesundheit. So the Rebbe looks at Rabbi Handel and says, "Un efshera de Schwed zu dem gesagt nach Epis." Maybe the Frierdiker Rebbe said something in addition, but you forgot to tell him that the kishkis have to turn inside out. So I don't understand the daselian of this, but there's a difference between the biggest tzaddik, who's a private person, who serves the community, and a Rebbe. A Rebbe's mitzias is people. The Rebbe exists on this earth for the sake of others. This is the whole definition of a Nasi B'Yisrael, as the Rebbe himself explained it. And the Frierdiker Rebbe was a Rebbe. The Frierdiker Rebbe was a Rebbe, but the Frierdiker was a Rebbe in Nasi B'Yisrael. I once heard from, I think Yisrael Gordon Alva Shalom, that Reb David Shifrin was a chassan of the Reb Marash. He lived in New York. He passed away in 1943. So he once said that he visited Lubavitch in 1883. The Frierdiker was like 3 or 4 years old. And he said, Ich bin gerne Lubavitch, and such and so many years ago. Had gesagt, the discussion in Lubavitch was, the Rebbe hat an einzige Sohn, and there is a Stiffer. The Rebbe Rashab has only one son, and he's a Stiffer. He's busy wasting his time. The Frierdiker Rebbe was the Frierdiker Rebbe. Some Rabbeim were never children. Those Rabbeim who were children were very good at it. If they knew how to make practical jokes, they were the best jokes in the neighborhood. The Rabbeim didn't have any fear. The Frierdiker Rebbe must have done something. He said he put tabak, snuff, into the nose of a goat. And the poor goat was trying to sneeze it out. It was a rachmanis on the goat. Hat man geredt, the Rebbe hat an einzige Sohn, und nach a Stiffer. And then the David Shifrin finished. Und geworden a Rebbe. Und nach wie a Rebbe. He became a Rebbe. And what kind of a Rebbe did he become? The David Shifrin. Und nach wie a Rebbe. The Frierdiker Rebbe was a Rebbe on Nasi B'Yisrael. His Mesiras Nefesh for the Jewish people. His Mesiras Nefesh for the Jewish people is on a madrege that's literally historic. If you look at the whole history of the Jewish people, and you think about the Mesiras Nefesh, like Rabbi Kiva, who was killed al Kiddush Hashem for teaching children Torah, and personalities like that. The Frierdiker Rebbe B'Shura Rishoyna, the Frierdiker Rebbe's Mesiras Nefesh had absolutely no limits. And the Eibishter gave him a generation of hardship which has very, very few equals. It's one of the worst generations of the Jewish people, in the whole history of the Jewish people. And this is what we are celebrating. Right? The Frierdiker went out of prison. I have a feel, I say it all the time, but I have no source for it, which is like a bad thing to do. I feel deeply that when the Frierdiker Rebbe walked out of Shpalerka prison alive, Frierdiker Rebbe walked out of that prison alive, in Gimmel Tamuz Farbrengen, the most surprised person in the world that he walked out alive was the Frierdiker Rebbe himself. The Frierdiker Rebbe did not have an exit strategy. The Frierdiker Rebbe, when he was in the Soviet Union, and he was leading the efforts of Mesiras Nefesh of Chassidim, and you read the Sichos, you see how he spoke to others about complete disregard for their own lives. He was the first person of Mesiras Nefesh. And perhaps the reason the Frierdiker Rebbe made Yud Bais such a big Yom Tov, because he said to himself, what Rabbi Isaac Homer said about the Alter Rebbe, L'Hashem HaYeshua. This Nes, the Eibishter made this, because I didn't have a plan that involved that he should be mamshich. The Eibishter gemacht a Nes. But the big Yom Tov, a Yom Tov Yud Gimmel Tamuz, it's a Yom Tov of Mesiras Nefesh. And it's the Yom Tov of the Nitzachon. It's the victory over good over evil that sometimes requires unbelievable determination, unbelievable sacrifice. We're living in a different time. And Mesiras Nefesh for us has a very, very different meaning. and it's easier. It's more pleasant. Yeah, I don't know if it's easier, but it's certainly more pleasant. So l'chaim v'levrach l'chaim al Yiddish kinder, we should take in this day, and it should have meaning to us in a way that's a pul and amshachas akol shana kula. L'chaim, everybody, l'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim v'levrach, l'chaim v'levrach, l'chaim, l'chaim.
Oh,
Da 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 da. Ah, yeah.
Just told about the Rebbe asking the free it made me think that what this was I heard from his father that as a kid in Russia, his Rebbe wouldn't let them call him Rebbe. They had to call him Herster. The Rebbe's done already.
Rabbi Ramakor.
Yeah.
Ha da 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 ya la da 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 ya da da da. Listen, if you don't want to hear my voice, sing. Hi la da ya da ya da ya da 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 ya da 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 la da 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 ya da 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 ya da da la da ya da 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 ya la da 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 la da ya da ya la da ya da 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 ya la da ya da I la da 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 ya da 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 la da 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 I'm getting old, like you. I'm getting old. Baruch Hashem. Ladich Hashem V'Shalom Davis. Asach lenge v'detate, Mr. Hashem. Da 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 da. Amen. Da da da. Wa ya ya da 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 da. La da. Da da da. Da 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 wa ya la da ya da da wa yo ya da 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 la da 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 la da ya da ya da ya la da ya da da ya da 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 wa ya ya la da ya da ya da my la da ya da 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 la da 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 wa ya ya da ya ya da 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 wa yo ya da 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 la da 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 wa yo ya da ya ya da 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 wa yo ya la da 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 wa ya da da da. We can't just home to you. Yeah. Da my la da ya na ya Oh, wow. Elchanan. If I remember your name, I know you from a very long time ago. What's machst du?
Chaim Tzinash had me Sunday some morning.
What?
A couple of weeks ago, Chaim Tzinash had me Sunday some morning in Brooklyn. I think for Shavuos.
Yes.
Chaim Tzinash.
Yeah.
I sent that to you. I did on behalf of Chaim Tzvi. Like a bottle of wine.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. How you doing?
Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem.
Good, you look good. Take care of yourself. Chaim Hatzliach. Ya da 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 ya da 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 ya la da ya na ya ho ya da 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 ya la da 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 wa ya da 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 ya da da ya la da ya yo ya da da ya da 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 la dum da 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 la da ya da ya la da ya da ya da da wa ya la da ya da oh la da ya da 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 la kill Chaim with the bracha, Chaim with the bracha, Chaim with the bracha, Shalom Aleichem. Chaim with the bracha, Chaim with the bracha, Chaim with the bracha. We're good. Well, hello. Okay, so one of the simplest ways of explaining this. If I can have your attention, please, I'd be much obliged. One of the simplest ways of explaining this is that the role of a chassid is to do what we're told. And the role of a Rebbe is to create what we need to do. The Friedrich Rebbe describes, the previous Rebbe describes, sitting on a ship, traveling across the Atlantic from Europe to America in 1940. And he would say repeatedly, he would say over and over again, I did not want to go to America. The Rebbe had no desire to be in America, none at all. He would call his coming to the United States, he would call it the Hashgacha al Yena Shlichus, the mission from the divine hand, because the Rebbe personally had no interest in being in America. And this is, by the way, this is interesting. I'll tell you why it's interesting. Because we have letters from the Frierdiker Rebbe where the Frierdiker Rebbe was invited to move to America in 1929, 1930, when he visited the first time. And the Rebbe, when he was here, he left in Tammuz. He left in June of 1930. Before he left, a mishlachas of American Balabatim approached the Rebbe and offered the Rebbe to stay in America, to come to America and to establish himself in America. And the Rebbe said to them, I'm going to go back to Europe, I'm going to collect myself, and I'll respond. So Elul, 2 months later, he wrote a letter of response to this request. And he doesn't say no. He simply says that everything you do needs to be thought through and organized and properly prepared. I haven't done the steps that I need to do beside the Mesudah with the proper organization to make this move. And the implication is that it wasn't out of the question that at some point later the Rebbe would move to America. Moreover, we now know that around 38, before the war started, the Rebbe put in papers to move to America. The Frierdiker Rebbe already put in papers to possible immigration. And one of the things which helped the Frierdiker Rebbe get into America when the war actually started was the fact that he had already put in papers before. So it's interesting that on the one hand, the Rebbe indicated that there was room for him to come to America. On the other hand, he calls it the Hashgach al Yonah Shlichus. And the truth of the matter is, these two things are not only not contradictory, because they could be two different points in chronology, different points in time, an earlier time or a later time. It could be at the very, very same time. You know, the Eibishter wants me to come here, so I'm going to come here, but I don't want to come here. They could be concurrent. In other words, both could be true simultaneously, that he has to come to America and he doesn't want to be in America. I worked, when I first became a Malamed, I worked with Rabbi Buketel Vasham, Chayamaya Biket. He was a senior Rosh Yeshiva and I was a little boy. And we used to sit together at Farbrengens. I can't say we Farbreng together, he would talk and I would listen. So he said once that he heard in Poland, he heard in Yeshiva, he was in Atvatsk, at the Frierdiker Rebbe said about moving to America, Ich will sein a Rebbe über Chassidim, ich will nicht sein a Rebbe über der Welt. The Frierdiker Rebbe said, I want to be a Rebbe over Chassidim, I don't want to be a Rebbe over the whole world. And he understood that coming to the United States meant that he's no longer a Rebbe over Chassidim, he's a Rebbe over the whole world. And Beklau, if you look at the Frierdiker Rebbe's Nesias, the first years were marked by complete Mesiras Nefesh. The Frierdiker Rebbe was busy with little kids learning Torah. The last years was again marked by little kids learning Torah. The only years the Frierdiker Rebbe had that in the smallest way he resembled the tradition of Chabad, you know, where he was saying Chassidus and he was speaking to people by Yonah Pnimi, it was a few years that he lived in Poland. The whole thing was 5 years. He moved in Tzadik Dalet, he left in Tzadik Tes, it's 5 or 6 years. Those few years, the Frierdiker Rebbe found himself, there's a very interesting letter, which is printed in the Krach Tezvov. There's a new volume of Igros Kodesh. It's not new anymore, it's 15 years old. But the whole volume, the whole Sefer, is a correspondence between the Frierdiker Rebbe and the Rebbe Tzachai Mushka. The whole book. And amongst the many, many letters, there's a letter from the previous Rebbe to the Rebbe about the decision to move to Poland and the decision to be in Atvatsk. And the Frierdiker Rebbe writes to the Rebbe, to our Rebbe, after I did a contemplation, I concluded that the only thing is I want to be in a Mokum Teda. I want to be in the Dalet Amos of Teda. Frierdiker Rebbe said, I'm moving to Poland because I want to be near the yeshiva. I want to be near a holy environment. America was a whole different reality. So the Rebbe said, I want to be a Rebbe over Chassidim, I don't want to be a Rebbe over the world. But the Eibishter had other plans. And the Frierdiker Rebbe knew, the Rebbe said once, our Rebbe said once in the Farbrengen, der Rebbe des Schweres allemal gefahren mit der letzte Bahn, mit der letzte Plane, mit der letzte Schiff. Weil came up nicht gewollt fahren. The Rebbe said about the previous Rebbe, the Frierdiker Rebbe always left on the last possible means of transport, the last train, the last ship, the last plane, because he never wanted to leave where he was to go to the next place. The Eibishter, honest Piyadibur, this is what the Eibishter wanted, this is what he did, the Rabbi and Beklau. They're not movers, you know. Golos, you have to be taken in shackles. A a Rebbe, a tzaddik, and of course where the Rebbe goes, the generation goes. If the Eibush is going to move him, he's going to move because he has to. So he moves reluctantly. He removes of the Letzte. The Frierdiker Rebbe's travels were always because he was forced. I don't know if you know this. Now the sichos are printed. It's already many years, but you have to open them up and look inside. The Frierdiker Rebbe left Russia the day after Simchas Teda, Tafresh Beches. That means 1927. A little bit less than 100 years ago. And less than 99 years ago. A little bit less than 99 years ago. The day before, on Simchas Teda, the Frierdiker Rebbe asked that people should repeat something to everybody, to the Anash in Russia, in his name. And it's printed in the Sefer HaSichos. You could take out the Sefer HaSichos Tafresh Pei Zayin, and you could read it inside, and you could tell me if I'm misquoting it, which I probably am. And you'll correct me, and then I'll say I'm sorry, and then I'll continue making mistakes. The Frierdiker Rebbe said that anybody, he said he wanted it to be publicized. Anybody who thinks or says that my leaving Russia is because of pchodim, because of fear, or because of intimidation, or because of threats, doesn't have the slightest idea who I am. I've never been afraid of anybody or anything. I'm not afraid now. The decision that I'm making to leave is not because I'm being threatened or because I'm being bullied or being badgered or being whatever it is. He said the word Seder Mesuder Yeshkan. There's a grand plan. When the Rebbe left Russia, the Rebbe said in 1920, it was Peches, it was 1927, is a master plan. At the time, the Anash in Russia, you could imagine, they were devastated. And the devastation of the Anash in Russia was mutual. The Rebbe was as upset leaving Chassidim as the Chassidim were losing the Rebbe, because their whole life was the Rebbe. Especially under those conditions. I don't know if you know this. It's another beautiful little Chassidish art, which is now printed in the book. I forgot what it's called. Miginze something or other. They gave out a sefer with all kinds of goodies from the library. So you have over there the Shema from the winter of Tafshin Ayin Vov, right before the Rebbe left Lubavitch, or the summer of Ayin Hey. The Rebbe Rashab left Lubavitch right after Tishrei in Tafshin Ayin Vov, 1915. The reason he left was because the First World War was in full force, and the Yidden were caught in the middle. There was a war between Germans, whatever, Western Europe, whatever it was, the Germans against the whole world, the Rebbe Rashab said it. But Jews were on both sides of the front. And the Jews didn't want to be involved, the grandchildren of what's her name? Of Victoria, are going nuts. So the whole world has to die because these cousins can't figure stuff out. They can't work it out between themselves. And so Yidden didn't want to be involved. And nobody trusted the Yidden on either side of the border. Not the Germans, not the Russians, not the French. So they would kidnap Jewish leaders. They would kidnap Jewish leaders. And they would ransom them for favors. They would ransom them not for money, for allegiance. You understand? They wanted you to be on their side. So they would take in a Gadol Yisrael. A lot of Gedei Yisrael ran away from their places of residence, not just for the fear of the war, but because they would kidnap Gedolim. The Rogatchover left Vinsk, and the Rebbe Rashab left Lubavitch. That's the reason he left Lubavitch, as we have the record, as we see it in the Rishimis. Anyway, so the story was that there was a meeting. There was a meeting of Askonim. The Rebbe Rashab sat in on the meeting. He didn't say a word. And there were people who spoke. The people who were speaking on behalf of the Rebbe talked about the fact that the Rebbe has to leave Lubavitch. And of course, at the time, nobody expected that move would be permanent. They expected that the war would end and the Rebbe would move back to Lubavitch. He has to leave Lubavitch because it's not safe. And there was a big discussion about when he should leave and whether he should leave and what the consequences were. So the Frierdiker Rebbe describes. It's worth seeing it in the original because I'm never going to be able to repeat it with the whole Hisrakshas. The Frierdiker Rebbe describes that at that meeting was the famous Chassid Remei Simcha Chen, right? The grandson of the Peretz. Simcha Chen was a famous businessman. He was a big Gaon. He was a businessman. He made a lot of money. The Frierdiker Rebbe describes him. He was a Jew in his mid-50s, a very big tzeicher, big businessman, but he's much more comfortable in the Beis HaMedrash than he is in the offices of his business, because he went into business because the Rebbe Marash told him to go into business. He became very, very wealthy. His children ran his business. He davened until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He was a big Baal Madrig. He was a big Lampen and a big Ovid and a big Chassid. And Reb Simcha was a somebody. So Reb Simcha was a person that in Lubavitch was significant. He was in that meeting. He was in that meeting when there was a discussion about the Rebbe Rashab leaving Lubavitch. So everyone's talking. The Rebbe Rashab, imagine, the Rebbe Rashab is sitting, he's not saying a word. And people are talking around him, about the question. The decision was, the end of that meeting was that he doesn't have to leave now. He stayed for Tishrei, he left after Tishrei. But this was, I think it was Elul. It was before Tishrei, if I'm not mistaken. The Meir Simcha is sitting there, he's listening to all of this, and the Frierdiker Rebbe says he had an outburst. And he writes it verbatim. The Frierdiker Rebbe in the Shima writes it. I would encourage you to get a hold of it and look inside. It's called Miginze. What's it called? The book they made about the Rebbe's library. What's the name of the Sefer? Mi Beis Hagnozim. It's a big book. You can buy it. Mi Beis Hagnozim. It's in there. The Meir Simcha suddenly says, Hastas, as the Rebbe fahrt weg und lost uns allein. Wie kann das der Rebbe tun on bet ma unsere Schuss? That's what he said. And there's more words. But that means that the Rebbe is leaving and leaving us alone. How could the Rebbe do that without getting our permission? That's what he says. Without getting our permission. So the Frierdiker Rebbe, the speech was longer. It was very impassioned. So the Frierdiker Rebbe said that speech had no practical value. It was irrelevant. It was just a Hasidic outburst. The questions on the ground were real and serious and dangerous. And the Meir Simcha just blurted out, how could the Rebbe leave Hasidim without getting the Hasidim's permission? So the Frierdiker Rebbe writes, his words had no practical bearing on the question. But boy, they were such Hasidic words, spoken from the depths of the heart of a Chassid. When the Frierdiker Rebbe left Russia, for the Frierdiker Rebbe was the hardest thing. The Frierdiker Rebbe was so connected to his Chassidim, and all he wanted to do was be with his Chassidim. And the circumstances required him to leave, and he says, I'm not leaving because I'm afraid of this one or that one or the other one or this thing or the other thing. There's a plan, there's a Seder, and most of them would never see the Rebbe again. Most of them, maybe Rubim Kukulam, the vast majority of them would never see the Frierdiker Rebbe again. And the Frierdiker Rebbe was acutely aware. And he said, of course, the famous words, that the space and time are not the Malam Master. They don't interfere. And wherever we are, we'll always be together. And there's many stories of Hasidim envisaging the countenance of the Frierdiker Rebbe, and the Rebbe was with them in a real and an actual, the practical way. But the Frierdiker Rebbe's life was a series of journeys, never by his own choice. It was always by destiny. The Eibishter moved him from one place to another, from the famous Lashon from the Frierdiker Rebbe, which the Rebbe repeated, Asora Golias goes to Lubavitch. Lubavitch went into Golias 10 times. It's hard to count exactly 10, but the Rebbe in the Sikha, Beis Rabbeinu, lists many of them. He went from Lubavitch, he went to Rostov, Rostov went to Leningrad, Leningrad went to Malachavka, Malachavka went to Riga, he went to Varshay, he went to Potvotsk, until 770. Asara Goliath goes to Lubavitch. No tzaddik, no Rebbe is in favor of moving from a place to a place. He goes because he has to. And the story of the Frierdiker Rebbe was that he wasn't simply moving from a place to a place, he was moving from a shlichus to a shlichus. He was moving from one kind of leadership to a different kind of leadership. As the Frierdiker Rebbe would say himself, that in the course of 30 years, he reinvented himself 3 times. In the Soviet Union, he had to create himself into the union of Mesiras Nefesh. And in Poland, there was a whole different kind of Mesiras Nefesh. And then in America, here, the last 10 years that Rebbe spent here was, again, he had to remake himself. And so I started to say this, that the Frierdiker Rebbe sat on the ship for, I think it was 13 days, crossing the Atlantic. And he asked himself, what is he going to do when he gets to America? Simple question. What is he going to do when he gets there? And he had options, he had choices. The Frierdiker Rebbe could have created in America a hoif, a chotzer, like he had in Lubavitch. And he lived in a suburb, won't live in New York City. The Hasidim, the Lubavitch Hasidim were hoping that the Frierdiker Rebbe would settle in Lakewood. They took him to Lakewood, thinking that they're going to impress him with the trees and the rural environment. The Frierdiker Rebbe was not the kind of person who could be talked into anything. He made the decisions for himself, and he did what he needed to do. But they tried very hard to convince. Listen, you're not young, and you're not well, you don't need to be in the Himmel Tamuz of New York City. We'll find you a beautiful bungalow, and people will come visit you, and you'll have Farbrengens, and you'll have Chassidus, and you'll have Yechidus, and it'll be all the wonderful things. The Frierdiker Rebbe decided that he's not doing that. The Frierdiker Rebbe decided he's going to be in Amayna Shel Roimi. The Frierdiker Rebbe settled in Crown Heights, because at that time, Crown Heights was the Beverly Hills of New York. It was the place to live. He settled in Crown Heights because it was the furthest thing from what he represented. It was where the most important Jews lived, at least in their own eyes, and the Rebbe was going to take on America all by himself. And that's why he settled in Crown Heights. But the Hagdama to this is, the Rebbe is making a decision. The Frierdiker Rebbe thought and thought and thought and thought and thought and decided this is what he's doing. And in the course of his Nesias, he had to rethink this 3 different times. 3 times the Rebbe had to ask himself how he's going to be a Rebbe, how he is going to be Raya Yisrael, how his Rebbeship is going to manifest in the world. The Rabbi Chadakov, Olav Hashem, our Rebbe's secretary, related that he was on the ship with the Frierdiker Rebbe. I heard that he said this by his son's Sham Zacher. Rabbi Chadakov didn't have children so easy. He had 2 children with Grace and Nissen. He had a son and a daughter. And when his son was born, there was a Zayda Teltman, the Sham Zacher. Rabbi Chadakov said that he was on the ship together with the Frierdiker Rebbe, and during those 13 days, the Frierdiker Rebbe called him to his room, to his cabinet, to his little, what do they call it? Cabin. His cabin. And he said to Rabbi Chadakov, can you give me suggestions for chinuch? Ideas about education. Rabbi Chadakov spent his whole life as a mechanech. From a very, very early age, Rabbi Chadakov was involved in chinuch in Riga. He was in his own right, was a very, very important person in Yiddishkeit in Riga, in Latvia. So the Rabbi Chadakov said, I gave the Frierdiker Rebbe 3 suggestions, and Rabbi Chadakov said that over the course of the decade, he watched the Frierdiker Rebbe implement them. Not at once. One first, and then a few years later the second one, a few years after that the third one. The Rebbe at Rebbe thought what he's going to do when he comes to this country, and he took a certain path. So just think about this for 1 second. Imagine you're a chassid. Yeah, the Rebbe literally, the Frierdiker Rebbe reinvented himself 3 times, and you're a chassid who lived in the Soviet Union. And you went through the Shiva Medura Gehenim. You know, you went to jail once for mitzvah and twice for hidden mitzvah, yeah? A lot of people who went twice didn't come back. It was nishka gelechter. And you conditioned yourself to a whole mindset of Mesiras Nefesh. And then many, many years later, you come out of Russia. Many years later, 20 years, you come out of Russia, yeah? After 46, 47, after the war. The Rebbe is living in New York. And the Rebbe starts to communicate with you, and you don't understand what the Rebbe is talking about. You Pashut do not understand what the Rebbe is talking about. Because it's not the Rebbe you knew. It's not the Rebbe you knew. The Rebbe you knew was in one kav, and now there's a new kav. And if you study the letters, you see the difficulty that big Chassidim had. Because the Frierdiker Rebbe, they knew the Frierdiker Rebbe from Russia. But the Frierdiker Rebbe that they knew from Russia was not in the same approach anymore. It was a different Rebbe. You know, and to the Rebbeim it was simple. If you read our Rebbe's letters, how that our Rebbe was frustrated by the Anash not understanding the Frierdiker Rebbe. To the Rebbeim it's very simple. Today the Rebbe tells you sit, you sit. Tomorrow the Rebbe tells you stand, you stand. The day after tells you roll, you roll. The other day he tells you to sleep, you sleep. But for people, you have to integrate that. You have to become that. And it's the Anash that came from Russia. If you read the letters, you don't even have to read between the lines. You see the fact that they couldn't understand what's going on. What happened to the Rebbe? It was a different Rebbe, different world, different Rebbe, different decision, different approach. And the Rebbe expected Hasidim to appreciate this and to get on the wagon of a whole new kind of Rebbe. But this is what a Rebbe does. A Rebbe chooses a path, creates a path, and he leads, right? The best part about being a chassid is you don't have to make any decisions. All you got to do is follow. But apparently following is not so simple. Apparently following is not so. My brother always says, I love to quote my brother this, he's a shliach, and he has balabatim. He's a shliach for 35 years. When he went on shliach, he was a young man. And now he's an alterid. I mean, you know what I'm saying. You're a young man, so my brother is a baby. But he's not 25 anymore. And a lot of the people he knows have known him for 30 years. They raise their children together. And my brother has more than 3 kids. You know what I'm saying? He has a few more than 3 kids. A pormol, etlachamol, mervi etlachamol, kind of. So the people who he knows for all these years ask, I don't understand. We have 1 kid in the poodle and a goldfish. And you have kama v'kama pamim kocha. And my kid doesn't talk to me. And other such exciting American dreams. Yeah. So how is it that you have so many children and they're all, relatively speaking, more than normal mention? Yeah, normal people, they grow up, they build homes, they do the same thing you're doing. So my brother says, I'm an artist. I'm an artist. Artists have a special chush, a special feel. They know how to make it perfect and right and beautiful and organic and all of my other says, but I have a trick. What's my trick? I color by the numbers. You know, everybody loves coloring books. You know, over here you put pink, I put yellow, put green. As a good American, if they tell you put pink, you're going to put brown. Why? Why should I listen to him? They tell you to put purple, you put yellow. Why? Who's he telling me what to do? Yeah, and then your picture looks gewaldig. Why? You made it. Oh, but if you listen, this is the whole idea. The Rebbe leads, and Chassidim follow, and we have to just listen. We have to just listen. But the Rebbe has to create. The Rebbe has to create. The Rebbe has to create the derech. The Rebbe has to create the approach. And the Frierdiker Rebbe would say about himself that when he became a Rebbe, the job his father gave him was not at all the job that he ended up doing. I believe that the Frierdiker Rebbe said about himself, Karmi Shalile Natarti. There's in Sefer Yeshaya, there's a mashal of a man who has a kerem, has a vineyard. And he's busy helping everybody else with their kramis, and his own kerem is neglected. He helps everybody else. So the lashon and the navi is karmish. I helped everybody with their own kerem. I never got around. The Frierdiker Rebbe said about himself, karmishali, my own vineyard, I was not able to tend because I was busy doing many other things. When the Rebbe Rasha passed away, he wrote a tzavah, a will, most of which we haven't seen. But the one page which with the instructions has been made public. The Rebbe Rasha is talking to Frierdiker Rebbe about his shlichus is. And the Rebbe said by 1922 he could not do that anymore because the world had changed so radically and he found himself in a different position and he was doing something different. I'll tell you noch a word, just for fun. Harav David Edelman, I was sitting 177 at Farbrengen. He came and sat down and he told an interesting story that he heard from Shmuel. He wasn't yet in 770. He heard from Shmuel. Shmuel was a mashpia, Shmuel of Witten. That the Frierdiker came to this country, Tessa the Sheni Tov Shin, right in whatever it is, March of 1940, middle of March. I don't know exactly the dates for it, but it was March 1940. Before his wheels of his wheelchair were on dry land, he was already changing America. The Rebbe didn't hesitate. The Frierdiker got off that ship, and right away he started doing things. He had no money, he had no people, he had no connections, he had nothing, but he started to work. And all the people around him were trying to talk him down because they knew that he's going to suffer achzava. You know, America's Eretz Echad Yeshveh. The Frierdiker Rebbe has a whole reshima of that night, people coming into him, his friends, to explain to him that America is a different place and all the things you're saying cannot be done in this country, and we're only telling this to you because we don't want you, chas v'shalom, to be disappointed by your own failure. So Frierdiker Rebbe, 3 years later, at a dinner, opened up his journal and he read what he wrote the night that he arrived in New Yyork. 3 years after, Yud Bais, I think. And he read that my good friends came in and they all told me that we want to warn you about America. America eats people up alive. They give you a lot of COVID, and that's about where it ends. And we're not telling this to you because we don't think what you're doing is a good idea. We just want you to know that you're going to fail. America's not going to let you do it. And the Frierdiker Rebbe says, stell sich vor, was für a heiße Tränen ich hab vergossen jenem Nacht bei Kishbe Shalom. Think about what kind of hot tears I spilled that night by Kishbe Shalom. If this is what my friends are telling me, you understand? The Frierdiker Rebbe, the friends are telling me. Come in America. The Frierdiker Rebbe decided that America is going to be Mokum Teire, And the Friedrich never made America into a Makom Teireh. That's how it is. L'chaim. I want to make a request. I do this by all big Farbrengens because I think it's the right thing to do. We're going to say the Alter Rebbe's niggun now. The Farbrengen is not over. But we're all here. So why should we sing the Alter Rebbe's niggun when there's 7 people left? Alter Rebbe's niggun, a room full of people. Okay, so if you want to put on your chassid, you're free to invite to go get your hat and your jacket and your gartel. Okay? But please do me a favor, sing. This is not time for Lashon Hara and Dvarim B'Teilim. You must have singing. I'm sorry. I'm taking pictures. Hey!
Huh? Part of the job.
L'chaim, everybody. L'chaim, l'chaim. Hello, l'chaim, everybody. L'chaim, l'berach. L'chaim, l'berach. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'berach. There's another part to the Frierdiker Rebbe's Mesiras Nefesh, which is particularly painful. And that is, if you look at the Frierdiker Rebbe's Nesias, during his Nesias, it almost seems that he keeps on starting over again. And it doesn't go anyplace. It doesn't end. It doesn't bring anything. I heard a story. I love the story, but everybody is involved in the story for a different reason. I think the most important part of the story is the part that people don't give the correct attention. I'll tell you the whole story. I'll tell you the whole story because it's a story that the Rebbe had a custom. The Rebbe had a custom that every Rosh Chodesh would meet the Hanhol of the yeshiva. Every Rosh Chodesh, the Hanhol of the yeshiva, whoever the Hanhol was, would go into the Rebbe's room to discuss the yeshiva, probably for an hour. Every 3 months, the Hanhol of Montreal would join. The Montreal Hanhola was Peilishe. It was Rabbi Kramer, Rabbi Greenglass, and Rabbi Hendel, Aleichem Shalom. And they had a driver who would drive them in for these Yechidus. And it happened once that the driver got sick and the driver canceled. So Rabbi Hendel walked into the Zal. Can you imagine, you have to meet the Rebbe that night and you have no driver. And he went over to Reb Simcha Zurkin, who was a young man, Aleichem Shalom, and he said to him, "You're taking us to New York. You know Simcha Zurkin." He says, "I'm Shomei from this, I'm not taking you to New York." Anyway, they had to negotiate, they had to work it out, however they worked it out. But he explained to him why they're doing it, that they're going into Yechidus. Anyway, he took them. He took them to the Rebbe. And they went in at, let's say, 9 o'clock at night, they came back at 10 o'clock. He sat on a bench in the Gan Eden HaTachton during the time of the Yechidus. When they walked out of the Yechidus, all the people who filed out of the Rebbe's room were clearly not in the greatest state of comfort. Everyone's looking at the ceiling, but in a different direction. Nobody wants to make eye contact with anybody else from that group, and they're all like wandering around in their own thoughts. Anyway, they march into the car, the three of them, Rabbi Greenglass and Rabbi Kramer sitting in the back, Rabbi Handel sitting in the front, and he's driving to Montreal. It's an all-night trip, and no one says a word. This one's looking out that window. They're not even looking at each other. It's still. It's like ghosts. They drive for a couple of hours. He pulls into a rest stop, and he parks the car. And he says, "Listen, people, if you think that the rest of this trip is going to be this way, you can find yourself another driver. I'm getting out of the car. I'm coming back. I am letting you know that if you're going to be quiet for the rest of this trip, you're going to walk because I'm not taking you." He was going out of his mind. No one said a word. Anyway, he leaves the car, he comes back to the car, and he sits down, and no one says a word. And he sits, and he sits, and he sits, and he sits, and finally Rabbi Handel says to him, "Okay, Fuad, go, I'll talk to you." And he tells him what happened in the Yechidus. In the Yechidus, the Rebbe spoke to him about the yeshiva. I mean, the Rebbe spent so much time. At some point in the Yechidus, somebody brought up politics. You know what politics means? You know what politics means? Politics means people. People, likes and dislikes. A Rebbe is a Rebbe. And a Rebbe is involved with people. And when it comes to a Rebbe and people, you don't mix in. The Rebbe puts people in the positions that he wants, and that's how it is. And someone decided to help the Rebbe with personnel, make personnel changes, whatever the issues were. I don't know what the particulars were, But somebody was suggesting to the Rebbe that maybe this person is not fit for the task he was given, and somebody else is fixed, whatever it was. So the Rebbe interrupted him. I don't know who it was, and I wasn't there, and I don't want to know. The Rebbe interrupted, he didn't let him talk. And the Rebbe said the following, he spoke in Yiddish, I'll say it in English. The Rebbe said, I attempt to do everything like the Rebbe Deshvat. I attempt to do everything with the Frierdiker Rebbe did it. But there are 3 ways in which I am different than the Rebbe Deshvat. 3 ways I'm different than the previous Rebbe. He's number 1. The Frierdiker Rebbe wanted to see America as a Mokum Torah, and he wasn't zeicher to see it. And I am. The previous Rebbe wanted to see America as a place of Torah, and he did not merit to see it, but I'm seeing it. Number 2, the Rebbe Deshvat, the Frierdiker Rebbe had no money. I have money. They said, if I need tonight, this is 1970, let's say, I can have on my desk $5 million in cash. If I need, I have money. And number 3, and this I'll say in Yiddish, the Rebbe Deshvat gehat mit wem in zereden. Ich hab nicht mit wem in zereden. The Frierdiker Rebbe had people he can confide in. I have nobody I can talk to. In other words, the Frierdiker Rebbe knew he could talk to Chassidim and they're not going to help him. They're not going to help him, Rebbe. They're not going to tell him how he should do things. I have nobody to talk to. So everyone tells the story. Everybody's emphasis on the third part, because that's the story. That the Rebbe was very disappointed that you come into him to Yechidus and you're telling him how to do his job. There's an actual audio tape. You can hear it in the Rebbe's voice. It was Mesamet Tavshin Tezvav. You can hear the tape where someone is talking to the Rebbe at the Farbrengen and he's trying to help the Rebbe do his job. And you hear the Rebbe say, Willst du benehmen dem Schwer? You understand Yiddish? Willst, you want to have the Frierdiker Rebbe's job? You want the job. You want the job. You don't want the job, so keep quiet. Willst du benehmen dem Schwer? You want to take over the Frierdiker Rebbe? You don't want the Frierdiker Rebbe. You want me to take over the Rebbe, so please don't help me, He didn't, there was no Rashi, there was no Tosfos, but the Gemara spoke for itself, you understand? Willst du benehmen dem Schwer? But this is a story, it's a very painful story. But I feel that the part of the story that deserves more attention is the first. Der Rebbe Deshvat gewollt sein Amerika für Amokum Teire und ist nicht sicher gewesen zu sein und ich bin ja sicher. The previous Rebbe wanted to see America as a place of Teire. He did not live to see it. I am seeing it. In 1940, when the Rebbe came here, there were yeshivas. Not a lot. There were yeshivas. And there were certainly Talmidei Chachamim. There were Goinim in America, probably greater than the Goinim that are in America today. But everything was of an Amerikaner Steger. Meaning, even the yeshivas, even yeshiva bachrim were American. It's very, very difficult to explain precisely what it means. Bechitzonius, it's not having a beard. Bechitzonius, it's going to college. Bechitzonius, it's not wearing a hat. But bepnimius, it's, if I may use these words, it's being an academic. Torah is a chokhmah, like any other chokhmah. That's American. So they were, you knew the whole shas, but it's another shleimus. You understand? I studied physics, I studied chemistry, I studied math, I studied Talmud, or I studied Gemara, But the Torah in America in the 40s and the 50s and maybe even in the 60s, by and large, was an American type. And as time went on, the yeshiva bachar emerged. The yeshiva bachar doesn't mean a person who's learning Torah. Yeshiva bachar means he's the same boy as the boy who lived in Hungary, lived in Russia, lived in Poland, same boy. Now maybe he doesn't learn as much, maybe he doesn't know as much, or perhaps he's not as pure, but his mindset is, as the Rebbe called it, Torah Tmima. My Torah is not connected to some kind of culture. My Torah is not connected to something which is worldly. And the Rebbe said that Rebbe Deshvat, the Frierdiker Rebbe, did not merit to see in America. He saw Torah, but he didn't see a Mokum Torah. He saw Yeshiva Bachrim. But the Rebbe wanted to make America what Europe was. And making America into what Europe was means that Yeshiva Bachrim should be Batlanim. Forgive me for saying it. Yeshiva Bachrim should know nothing but Torah. This is their whole world. And this was something that took many, many years to develop. It was years later that you have the concept of a Yeshiva Bachar, that there's nothing about his learning that has an American flavor, that has a flavor of worldliness. It's Torah like in the old country. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because when you look at the Frierdiker Rebbe's Mesiras Nefesh, which is incredible, one of the things about that Mesiras Nefesh, which I think is particularly painful, is it almost looks like he put in so much koiches in so many different things, but everything that he started stopped in the middle. Where's the Atzlacha? Where's the Frierdiker Rebbe's success? The Frierdiker Rebbe's success is the Rebbe. You know that the Rebbe in Chayamushka told the Rebbe, this is well known, the Rebbe in Chayamushka told the Rebbe that the Rebbe is not going to take the Nesias. My father's 30 years of Mesiras Nefesh are going to go to nothing. 30 years Mesiras Nefesh in so many different conditions and in so many different forms. Where's the paydas? Where's the paydas of Mesiras Nefesh? The hardest thing is you give your life for a cause, you give your life for a cause, you give a cause, and what do you have from it? You gave your life. It's unbelievable. You look at the Frierdiker Rebbe's life, and there was a life of pure Mesiras Nefesh. I've been talking all weekend. I've been talking since I don't know when. I've been talking nonstop. The Frierdiker Rebbe became a public servant at the age of 15. Are you aware of that? On his 15th birthday, his father took him to the oil, and took him to an Akedah, he called it, and he made him his right hand. The Frierdiker Rebbe's whole life was serving Jewish people. And he did it with an incredible degree of Mesiras Nefesh. Unbelievable. And he kept on starting over. He kept on doing it again, and doing it again, and doing it again, and doing it again. And every Mesiras Nefesh, it looks like, so where is it? Where is it? Where is that Mesiras Nefesh? So I want to share a story with you, which I heard. I heard it secondhand. It's a true story. It's a very interesting, it's a little story, but little stories are not little at all. I'm not going to say names. If you want to know who told me the story, I'd be happy to tell you. It's just not important. There was a Yid who was the president of Achet Tmimim in Boston, whose name I don't know. I heard the story from someone who heard from him. The president of Achet Tmimim in Boston, he was a Yid, he lived in America. He wasn't born in America, he lived in America. He was, you would call it, he came here as a young boy. He was an American person, but he was a person of Mesiras Nefesh. For in other words, he was dedicated to Yiddishkeit in America, like as if he was living in Soviet Russia. He was a real dedicated. He wasn't writing checks. He was giving his neshama to Achet Mim in Boston. And he had a yechidus by the Frierdiker Rebbe. He had a yechidus with the Frierdiker Rebbe. And in the yechidus, he told the Frierdiker Rebbe a story about his mother. I've told the story many times, but like everything else, I find out later I was telling the story wrong. Shechayonu. I thought the story happened in America. The story happened in the old country before they came to America. His family was extremely poor. His family was extremely poor. How did they make a living? They used to collect grasses, sedges, grasses, and they would weave them into mats, machateles, mats, mats. And then they would dry them, and then they would paint them, and then they would sell them. Nobody gets rich selling mats made of straw, but this is how they lived. This man who told the Frierdiker Rebbe, the story tells the Frierdiker Rebbe the following. I woke up one night in the middle of the night, and my mother is standing in the doorway of our home, of our little, where they lived. The door is a little bit ajar, and she's standing in the door, and she's holding the door closed. In other words, she's looking out, but she doesn't want anybody else to see what she's looking at. And I wake up, and I walk out of my room, and my mother says to me, shh, be quiet. Why should you be quiet? Chas v'shalom, your father should wake up. Why? What's wrong if daddy wakes up? There was somebody stealing these mats off the roof. They put the mats on the roof to dry. Someone was stealing them. Stealing those mats was literally taking a piece of bread out of people's mouths that didn't have bread. You're not talking about luxury, you're talking about chayoino mamish. And his mother is standing in the doorway, and she's looking out, and she says to him, no, daddy's not allowed to know this. Why? Because the guy who's a ganav is a ganav. The one driving the getaway wagon was someone that she knew, and he had 2 daughters who were unmarried, and she knew that if her husband would know who they were, and he would come to the shul the next day and report that plenty is a ganav, his daughters would never get married. So she was worried about the daughters of the ganav's assistant. So she said to her children, make sure that anyway, if her husband woke up. a Yiddish Ganev. The Gemara says it, yes, Adam al treft. So her husband woke up and he wanted to go to the door and she didn't let him. She prevented her husband from seeing who was stealing their bread so that the Ganevs, assistants, children should find Shidduch. So he told this to the Frierdiker Rebbe. Now I once told this story to Kinnis HaShluchim. I told this story to Kinnis HaShluchim, and one of the Shluchim got so upset. He was so upset. How could any parent sacrifice his children's bread for somebody else's? He was really upset. I'm not going to tell the rest of that story, that's not important. He told this to the Frierdiker Rebbe, and the Frierdiker Rebbe said to this man, Mir leben of Zeir Eschusim. We live on the Schusim of these people, their principle, their emes, their Mesiras Nefesh. And this is real Mesiras Nefesh. We live on that Mesiras Nefesh. If you look at the Frierdiker Rebbe's Nesias, which is mamish a continuum of Mesiras Nefesh. It's a continuum of Mesiras Nefesh. You ask the typical person of the world, not the Lubavitcher, what do you know about the previous Lubavitcher Rebbe? They don't know very much. They don't necessarily say favorable things, but they don't begin to understand his life. They don't begin to understand his sacrifice. Why? Because the success he didn't have, the success that Rebbe's having. One time Mesiras Nefesh, a second time Mesiras Nefesh. You know, the Rebbe said that the fact that in Russia, all those years ago, Anash were Mesiras Nefesh for Yiddishkeit, for Shabbos, for Mikveh Tareh, for Kashrus, and above all else, for Chinuch, the Soviet Union fell when? In 1991, Tafshin and Alf. I remember the Soviet Union falling. It was 70 years old. The Rebbe said the Mesiras Nefesh that took place in the 1920s and the 1930s was the reason that in 1990 the Soviet Union fell. And the way the Soviet Union fell is one of the most remarkable miracles in history. Why? Because nobody died. You know, a Malchus Harsha, an evil, a Mamish, the epitome, the consummate evil empire went away and there was no loss of life. It's such an incredible ness. It's an incredible ness. And the Rebbe said that the Mesiras Nefesh Chassidim had 20 years before, 30 years before, 40 years before, 50 years before was the reason these Nisim happened all those years later. If you look at the life of the Frierdiker Rebbe, it's Mesiras Nefesh, Mesiras Nefesh, Mesiras Nefesh, Nefesh. Where's the Peiris? The ultimate Mesiras Nefesh is you do the right thing, and you don't even have a cheshbon of how you're going to profit from it. You don't even have a cheshbon how this is going to serve you. You know, I as a child, I heard a story, which is, I think it's well known, that the Frierdiker Rebbe said in 1941 or 42, he said, La'alta l'tshuva li'alta l'giyula. The Mashiach is coming, we'll do tshuva, Mashiach will come. The Rebbe actually had kitzim. You know what the Frierdiker Rebbe said, Tafshin Gimmel was a ketz, and Shnas Tadash, Tafshin Dal, 1943-44. The Frierdiker Rebbe called them Shnois Kitzim, both of them. Tafshin Gimmel, Tafshin Dal, Shnas Kitzim. And here the Rebbe is working so hard to open a yeshiva. You know, we read about the yeshivas of the Frierdiker Rebbe in America. You imagine a building with buses and monitors and a principal and assistant principal. The yeshiva was one or two bacharim who were all of 80, 90 years old, and 6 kids, the whole yeshiva. The Frierdiker Rebbe started yeshivas all over the Eastern Seaboard. It was a few children. They would come to a parent and say, you know, we have 9 children, you're the 10th. Who are the other 9? They're going to get them tomorrow, you understand? They went to the next parent, you have 9 children, your child is the 10th. Who are the other 9? We're going to get them the day after. That's how they built yeshivas. With nothing. And the yeshivas were so small. And the work was so hard. And the alamas v'esteirim and the meniyas v'ikuvim and the meniyas v'snagdim were unbelievable. The tzadus the Frierdiker Rebbe had, it's loy umagay, but he just kept on going. He tried and he tried. Today you see, you know, success, kleyachol. But the Mesiras Nefesh of the Frierdiker Rebbe was so pure that you look at the Frierdiker Rebbe's Mesiras Nefesh and you could make a good argument. It was just Mesiras Nefesh. It was Poshet. It was just Mesiras Nefesh. You know the story of Chanukah. Yeah, you know the story of Chanukah. The Chashmonaim fought a war. Against the Yevonim, against the Syrian Greeks. The war that the Chashmonaim fought against the Syrian Greeks was not being fought to win. They never dreamed they would win. It was being fought to fight. That's what the Eibishter needed at that time. Lepoil, there was a big nest, and they were able to come back to the Beis HaMikdash and clean the Beis HaMikdash. There was a second nest with Shemin, as we know from the Gemara. But when the Chashmei Noyim went to fight with the Syrian Greeks in their wildest dreams, they never thought they're going to come back alive, let alone be successful victorious. They went to fight a war just to fight. The Frierdiker Rebbe's life is it's a life of Mesiras Nefesh after Mesiras Nefesh after Mesiras Nefesh after Mesiras Nefesh. Oh, I started telling you a story, I forgot. Elchana, do me one favor. This story listen to, which means you have to stop speaking for the duration. Just for the duration. Can you hear me?
He has to be able to hear.
Of everything in my entire life, the only thing I ever remember was studying by you in Yeshiva, Chovei Torah. That's everything I took out of 20 years in the world.
Elchanan, I appreciate your honesty. I want to tell you a story. I'm going to forget in a minute the story. I just want to tell you one story that you should listen to. Can you hear me? He'll tell you. A Yid went into Frierdiker Rebbe, said to Frierdiker Rebbe, I don't know, Mashiach is coming. Why are you working so hard? Mashiach is coming. You said Mashiach is coming tomorrow. Why are you working so hard? So the Frierdiker Rebbe said, in Yiddish, if somebody knows that tomorrow morning Mashiach is going to come, and because he knows Mashiach is going to come to tomorrow morning, he doesn't do what he needs to do today, he stops being a tzaddik. Every minute, you have to do the avodah this minute, even though the next minute is going to be something else. It's an incredible life. It really is. The Frierdiker Rebbe's Mesiras Nefesh is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And we need to appreciate the idea as mir leben von seine Schussen. That all the Mesiras Nefesh that the Frierdiker Rebbe had, and if you want to say it in language which we can relate to, all the Mesiras Nefesh that the first Shluchim had, where they worked for so hard, for so little, that we know nothing about. We don't know anything about what the early Shluchim did in America. That Mesiras Nefesh, that exertion, mir leben v'zeiras chusim. Every day Lubavitch becomes bigger, and Shlichus becomes, I don't want to say easier, but it's an involved thing. The Mesiras Nefesh that people had yesterday is the reason Masachat today. And one of the reasons to have this conversation is because today is the Yahrzeit of Rabbi Avraham Karfel of Hashem. Now, he came here, Yud Bais 3 or 4 times, come upon him, and he sat next to me, and he would interrupt me, and it was the best interruptions of my whole life. Whenever he started to talk, I stopped to talk. 1 year, I actually isolated all of interruptions. It was more than an hour. He would Farbrengen, and he was here 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. Rabbi Korf was a soldier of the Rebbe, a shliach von Rebbe. How many shluchim are there in Florida? How many shluchim were there 10 years ago? How many shluchim were there 20 years ago? How many shluchim were there 30 years ago? How many shluchim were there 40 years ago? How many shluchim were there 50 years ago? He's here 65 years.
Today is 800 shluchim.
But how hard was it? Shabbos, somebody told me, his son, I was by his son, Rabbi Zalman Korf told me, that someone reported to the Rebbe in the 60s that Rabbi Korf eats sardines on Shabbos. This was the Shabbos, sardines. They were so poor. So somebody was in Florida and he saw what's going on and he came back and he reported to the Rebbe that Shabbos eating out of a can, and the Rebbe cried. The Rebbe cried. So, the Rebbe cried. The Rebbe cried. The Rebbe cried. Shlichus, is there a problem, Rabbi?
No.
When Shlichus started, it was so unbelievably hard. They worked so hard for so little. They worked so hard for so little. It's not to be believed. Mamish. Now, the Rebbe then saw what we see now. The Shluchim didn't. The Shluchim were Bnei Adam. They were Bas V'Adam. They were people. The Rebbe sent them on a Shlichus. The only thing they knew was that they had a mission. And you hear the stories of the hardships of their lives, And it wasn't for 15 minutes. It was for 20 years. It was 25 years. Wherever you go, there are shluchim all over the world today who are senior shluchim, head shluchim, who are so successful. Nobody remembers the Mesiras Nefesh that went into this. Nobody remembers the incredible exertion that there was in the beginning. And of course, there's two sides to it. One side was the incredible Mesiras Nefesh, and the other side was the degree of involvement of the Rebbe. The degree of the involvement of the Rebbe. I heard it from Rabbi Gerelich's son, Gesher Mendel Gerelich, Olav Shalom, the Rebbe Shliach to Milan, Italy. He asked the Rebbe how to do everything. He went on Shlichus. He had to make a fundraiser. He asked the Rebbe how to do it. He had to open a school. He asked the Rebbe how to do it. He had to make a minyan. He had to make a speech. He would ask the Rebbe every single issue. How do I do this? And the Rebbe would answer him. He has hundreds of letters from the Rebbe with specific instructions of how to do things. And in Tavshin Chav Ches, which is 1968, he was a Shlichus for 9 years, in a Yechidus, the Rebbe finally told him, and I'm sorry I don't remember the Lashon Genoy, but the Teichen was, maybe it's time you stop eating out of a spoon like a baby. Maybe it's time. The Rebbe's involvement in Shlichus. And all over the world it's the same story. Wherever you look, they worked so hard for so little. And the Rebbe held them by the hand. Why? Because the Rebbe understood this is how it is. This is how you build a foundation. Everybody knows what a foundation is. It sits under the ground and nobody sees it, and the whole building sits upon it. And like the famous chassidus that we know, that's brought that a tree, when it's an infant, if it gets a scratch, when that tree matures, it's a huge gash in the tree. If a grown-up tree gets a crack, it gets a crack. But if a sapling gets a little scratch, when that sapling matures, it's a huge gash. The involvement of the Rabbeim in the early Shlichusim, where there was much less success and much harder work, was more. You could think of any place in the world, but I don't know why it's popping into my head. Australia. The Rebbe sent 5 mishpachas of Anash to Australia. Are you aware of that? 5 families of Anash. And one of them, Rabbi Zalman Sarabransky, whose yard site is Gimmel Tamuz, was the official shliach, and he started to build meistes. It was so hard, and he had a yeshiva, one bacher, a yeshiva, one talmud. It said one boy, no yeshiva with one talmud. And if the Rebbe had then said, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. We're getting so little return for our efforts. It's not worth it. There'd be nothing in Australia, because this is how you lay a foundation. And when the Rebbe gets involved in a project, and we all know Basi Lagani, one of the most powerful points in the Basi Lagani is Machnis Atzmei Betachsisei Milchama. That there's different kinds of wars. There's a Milchemes Lishleil Shalol V'Lovus Vayz and Milchemes Nitzachim. There's a war that you have to win. It's a war of survival mamish. You can't lose this war, because you lose this war, you lose everything. And the Melech is Machnis, Atzmei, B'tachsisei, Milchama. The king gets personally involved in the tactics of war. Usually kings trust generals. But when there's a war that touches the essence of the kingdom, the king personally gets involved. If you look at the Anhag of the Friedrich Rebbe and the Rebbe in America, when it comes to Shlichus, it was Machnis, Atzmei, B'tachsisei, Milchama. The Rebbe didn't delegate. He said Shluchim. But the Rebbe's involvement, I don't know much. I'm not a very connected person. But I've heard stories from behind the scenes that in Tavshin Bais, not in Tavshin Yud Bais, Tavshin Bais, the Rebbe was involved in every little decision about Shlichus. The Rebbe was so involved in the details of every Shliach, in big places and in small places and in known places and in unknown places, because this is what the Rabbeim did. They came to this country. A melech is machnis atzmei b'tachsisei b'chama. You look today, he said 800 shluchim in Florida, 800 shluchim in Florida. I just have a funny question. How many are there going to be in 5 years? The answer to that question, we're talking about Mashiach's coming, yeah. A Mashiach is coming, then shlichus, there'll be more shlichus, yeah. How many are going to be in 10 years? And the rate of growth, and once upon a time, everything was kishkis, and the Rebbe was personally involved. When we think about the senior shluchim, I didn't know Rabbi Korf. I still don't know Rabbi Korf, but I met him at these Farbrengens. What did you see when you met Rabbi Korf? You met a man that all there was shliach. Maybe once upon a time he was a lamdan, and I'm sure he was a lamdan now also. Maybe once upon a time he had an ego. Maybe once upon a time people who worked for the Rebbe over the course of their lives became extensions of the Rebbe. The first shluchim who went on shlichus when it was a schus, just a schus, the opportunity to work for the Rebbe. That's all it was. Schus, I'm going on shlichus for the Rebbe. You didn't even know what you were supposed to do. You just knew that the Rebbe is sending on shlichus. Harav Nachman Sudak Farbrengen once passed in yeshiva many years ago, and he wanted to go on shlichus. The story that they tell about him was that Rabbi Chadukov called him in and asked him if he's prepared to go on shlichus. So he told Rabbi Chadukov, I'll go any place in the world, I'll even go to Australia. And that was the wrong thing to say. He almost lost the opportunity on why you're supposed to say whatever the Rebbe wants. Hineni. There's no difference between going next door. There's no cheshbon. It's whatever the Mashaleach wants. That's how he told the story. Anyway, the Rebbe chose a shliach to London. His shver, Rabbi Ben Tien Shem was the shliach to London. When the Nachman came to London, the Ben Tien Shem took a back seat. He made it clear that his son-in-law is the shliach, and he was no longer the shliach. So before he went on shliach, he said to the Rebbe, what am I going to do when I get to London? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? He couldn't open a shefa factory, didn't know what that was. He couldn't make a matzah break, he didn't know what that was. He couldn't make all the things that shluchim do today. None of that had been created yet. I'm going to London, what am I going to do? You know what the Rebbe told him? Chveis. So I don't know. There's hundreds of things to do. So the Rebbe told him. Basically, the Rebbe said to do whatever you want. It's an open field. There's so many things that you could do in London. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want the shlichus to be. And he went and he did whatever he wanted. And then it happened. With the Zeit, the Rebbe sent shluchim. These senior shluchim, unfortunately, we're losing them, and we've lost many of them. The story of their Lubavitch, we don't know. We know the story of their successes. We see their successes. But the Mesiras Nefesh that they had 50, 60, 65 years ago, we can't even imagine it. And there's two sides to it. The Mesiras Nefesh on the one side, and the Rebbe's closeness to the Shlichus on the other. It was unbelievable. And all of that tzlacha that you see now is built on the Mesiras Nefesh that came in the generation before. And it's not by mistake that Harav Korf was Zeicha that his yahrzeit is Yud Bais Tamuz. His son said yesterday in Shul, my father happened to have a yahrzeit. I said his whole life is Yud Bais Tamuz. Shlochim's lives is Mesiras Nefesh, not only in Russia but in America. The Mesiras Nefesh was different. Harav Chaim Sarabransky, I once spent a Shabbos with Rabbi Chaim Sarabransky, the son of Zalman Sarabransky, who was the shliach to Melbourne, Australia. So he said to me, my father was the shliach, right? He ran the meisters, right? Who paid the bills? I did. Who went schnodding for pennies? I did. I knocked on doors, he told me. And I'm talking the early 50s. He was a bacher. He had to raise money. He says, father can make yeshivas. That's how it was. So when he finally got married, he came here to get married. I think in Tafshin Yud Ches, 58. I could be wrong, but something like that. So when he went back to Australia, and at some point he made a lot of money, became a successful businessman, but he was a shliach. So before he left, had a yechidus, and the Rebbe said to him in Yiddish, "Du hast tacha a schweren shlichis, aber an eingenehmen," which means you have a difficult mission, but at least it's pleasant. In other words, in Russia they also worked hard. In Australia you're going to work just as hard. But at least it's not going. The external challenges you're not going to have. The Mesiras Nefesh of the early Shlochim is unbelievable. I'll tell you a story, one of my favorite stories. But I want to say L'chaim first. I need a little mashke. I'll tell you a ma'aseh. There's a guy whose name is Shmuel Gurevich, Mr. G. Es soll sein gesund und stark, ariches Jam v'shonim teves, es soll sich alle zusammen sein sich mit Reben. The Gula Mitzvah was schleimen. Thank you. L'chaim everybody. L'chaim v'lebracha. L'chaim. He went to Australia with his family in 1948 or 49, I don't know when. But Friedrich was still B'chaim Chesed B'Amadin. And he was the one Talmud in Tem Chatmimim, him and Adol Sarabransky, the whole yeshiva. There was nothing. But the Rebbe started making a yeshiva in Australia. And there's a lot of details to the story, which they're very important, but they're not for this moment.
The five families were before Rabbi Groner went, or
much before. They brought Rabbi Groner.
They were in the 40s?
Of course, 48, 49. Rabbi Groner came 10 years later. They brought Rabbi Groner. He was sent as a shliach to visit Australia. But he came back, he was a shliach and visited. They lived there. The first in Shepparton, then later in Melbourne. So Shmilik is very talented. Mr. Rabbi Gurevich, Shmuel Gurevich is a very talented man. He's an interest. You meet him. He's an interesting conversation. He's not a boring man. A lebedik mensch. Ada Yem Hazeh, he's probably in his 90s. He's for sure older than my father. So sein gesund. Anyway, he went to Australia like everybody else. He had different talents than other people, yeah. And Tafshin Tazai in 1955, he came to the Rebbe for Tishrei. The plan was he's coming to the Rebbe and he's going to stay in New York. He wants to be with the Rebbe. It was such a given. He never thought that he was ever going to. Anyway, he went into, he had two yechidus. In those days when he came for Yom Tov, he had two yechidus. One when you came and once when you left. I forgot which one was the longer one, which was the shorter one, but there were two yechidus. So when he came in the beginning of Tishrei, he went into the Rebbe. He told the Rebbe that he's planning to stay here. And the Rebbe said, "No, you're not. You're going back." So he tells the Rebbe, "What do you mean I'm going back? I'm a bacher. I need chaverim, I need a sheshiva, I need a mashpia, I need a siddur, I need a shtender, I need something." So the Rebbe sort of told him, "Okay, in the meantime you're here, right? In the meantime, we'll talk again." Basically means you're going back, but I'll let you get used to it slowly. I'm not telling the story precisely. You could look up the story in the Sefer, but this is good medveinike what happened. Anyway, at the end of Tishrei, the Rebbe sent him back. He had a very interesting story with Rabbi Tam's film. There were three Bachrim who came. Someone named Herzog, and Rabbi Adel, Zabransky, and Shmuel Gurevich. This is a Maimer Amuzge that the Rebbe told him he should start putting on Rabbi Tam's film. But the Rebbe told him he shouldn't put on Rabbi Tam's film until he has his own pair. And the reason is because once you start, you don't want to miss a day. So he told the Rebbe, "Why? I'm traveling with Adel Sarabransky, Olav Shalom. Adel Sarabransky has been a tam tefillin. I'll use his until I get home and buy myself tefillin." The Rebbe was not a man who argued with people. The Rebbe just told him, I think you should wait to have your own pair. And he decided that not necessarily. Anyway, what ended up happening was, some point in the trip they were divided. The airline sent them through different countries. One went through Hong Kong, and one to the Philippines. And he ended up with that been a tam film. So he writes in this little book, "I learned that you got to listen to the Rebbe. But here's the hysterical part. The Rebbe sent his bocher back to Australia, and he gave him two shlichusim to start Tzidei Agudas Chabad, Tzach, to do the work of young Lubavitchers, and he did incredible things. You read in his book what he did in the 50s. It was way ahead of his time. And, you ready for this? He should start Neshei Yobnei Chabad. He was a bocher. The Rebbe told the bocher to start Neshei Yobnei. The Rebbe Pocher didn't have anybody else. In Eretz Yisrael, you know who started Neshei Yobnei Chabad? Zusha Vilamovsky. He was also a bocher. The Rebbe had such trust. A bocher, it's not getting a bocher. He should start a women's organization. Because he didn't have a woman who could lead it at that time. So he gave a bocher to start Neshei Yobnei Chabad. And he went back to Australia. He did extremely well. He was a very talented man. But he couldn't get married. He could not get married. Because he was a balmum. Shmilik had a very terrible mum. The girls wouldn't go near. What was his mum? And Gehata Bord. Rachmana Litzlan. He had a beard, He was a Martian. And who were the girls? The girls were Lubavitcher girls, with all due respect. They were Hamisha girls, but a boy with a beard, Chazatrev. So you see the letters back and forth. He was in Melbourne. He was doing big things. He couldn't find the shidduch. And the Rebbe keeps on telling him to keep on trying. And finally, the Rebbe writes to him, wait 6 more months. If you don't find a kala in Australia, you'll go to Eretz Yisrael. And he did. Couldn't find the kala, so he went to Eretz Yisrael. He ended up marrying a girl who wasn't even a Lubavitcher. So Zizang is stark. And after they got married, they moved back to Melbourne, and she was very unhappy. Terribly unhappy. So they moved to Eretz Yisrael. Shmilik came to Yisrael, he started a business. He was always good. He describes in his book how many dollars he earned. He was okay, he was all right. He was an all rightnik. He figured life out wherever he was. He wasn't one of those people who needed people to figure things out. He moved to Yisrael. I think he lived in Bnei Brak, gemacht okay. He was there during 1967. He fought in that war. He became very connected to Yisrael. He had a good life. Anyway, so there's two stories. I don't know which order to tell the stories in. The first story is that his father, Reb Nachum Zalman Gerevich, who lived in Melbourne, traveled to the Rebbe. Let's say it was 68 or 69, maybe 70, a few years after. And he got married, Mistame in Tavshin Chof, 1960, 61. It's about 9 years after his wedding. And he was living in Eretz Yisrael, and he loved his life, and he loved Eretz Yisrael, the whole thing. And Nachum Zalman, his father, was a big chassid. It was by the Rebbe. But he didn't go back to Australia. The short way, he went the long way. He stopped in Eretz Yisrael to see his children. So he came to see them in Bnei Brak, and they spent time together. It was very nice. And at some point, they traveled from Bnei Brak to Yerushalayim on a bus. It was a long trip, not because of a lot of miles, but because they were at Israel. Yeah, I think it's that way still today. It was a long trip. Then it was even a longer trip, Mr. And they're sitting on this bus, and they're traveling to Yerushalayim. And as they're traveling, all of a sudden, that Nachum Zalman get a krechts. Nachum Zalman, how do you say, he groans? Oi, oi, you know. But sometimes oi means have heartburn, and oi means I have something to tell you, but I can't say it. You understand? There's a lot of ois. In a Yom it says, a krechts von a Yidin is tshuva ilah. This krechts was an unidentified tshuva ilah. And his son understood that his father was trying to say something. So he says to him, "Vos tate, what? What?" He says, "Nothing." It's not nothing, it's nothing. Anyway, they travel a couple more miles, and another one of those grunts / groans comes out of his father's mouth, or his father's visera, his kishkis. He says, "Vos, garnished." Anyway, the whole way to the Shalayim, this is happening, and he keeps on saying to his father, "What? What?" So his father finally tells him what happened. He went, listen to the story, it's not a normal story. He went to the Rebbe, and he told the Rebbe that he wants to leave the yeshiva. You know the story? I'll tell you the story. How about no story? Just in Gerevich's book. They came to Australia, and there was a tzaddik, a Yid, named Moshe Zalman Feiglin. He had fruit farms. He was like Oisher. He was a successful man. There were 5 mishpachas Sachakal. Who was it? It was Gerevich, it was Serebransky, it was Kluvgant, it was Althuis. Who was the 5th? I mean, Abba Pliskin was with them. I think those were the 5. Later on, others joined them. Perlov came and others. I think it was those 5, but maybe I'm off by one name. Feiglin was there from 40 years old. Feiglin came before the First World War. He came. He raised 10 frum children. In Amid, we have to read the book. Uri Kaplun is a grandson of Moshe Zalman Feiglin. And he wrote, I think, the Avram Avinu of Australia. It's a very good read. It's about Moshe Zalman Feiglin, all of us. It's about him. He raised 10 frum children. He lived in Melbourne, amongst Jews. He decided that he was better off raising his children amongst Goyim. In other words, they'll be more Jewish if they don't have no Jewish influences. So he moved to Shepparton. Anyway, he offered them all positions in his business. But they wanted to do what they knew. What did they know? What did the Russians know? The Russians knew one thing, that in the Soviet Union, there was a shtickle zeit, there was something called NEP. NEP meant it was the government allowed you to have private industry. People worked in their own homes. You have a machine and you would weave fabric. And from a Yidden, it was a godsend, because they were able to keep Shabbos. And a lot of Anash learned this profession. They came to Australia, they wanted to all go into what we call collectively today, euphemistically, shmatas. They all wanted to go into shmatas. Nobody wanted to go into Moshe Zalman, and one by one they went bankrupt. One by one. And they all ended up in the yeshiva. In other words, they went to Australia to establish themselves. Rabbi Zalman Serebransky was a shliach. The others went to live in Australia. The truth is, living in Australia was the ultimate shlichus, but they were not. They were going to make different parnassus. Anyway, so Nachum Zalman was the same story. He started a business in Shmatis, and the Shmatis went Shmata up, you understand? He ended up in the yeshiva. He was raising money for the yeshiva. He was a Chassidish Yid. He was a special Yid. I have heard, I remember 40 years ago, my cousin came to New York. He described that when Nachum Zalman would drive a car, everybody in the car was saying Tillim. Why? Because he had a Tillim on his steering wheel, and every once in a while he looked at the road, you understand? So everybody else in the car was saying Tillim because Nachum Zalman was reading from the Tillim. He was a very chassidish Yid, very chassidish, but he was mamish a pushka collector. He wasn't raising millions of dollars, by making big dinners. He was collecting pushkas. So he told the Rebbe that he doesn't like his job in the yeshiva, and he wants to leave, and he wants us to do something else. And the Rebbe tells him, let's say 1969, around that era, maybe 68, maybe 70, another time, the Rebbe tells him in Yiddish, and I'm going to save you the Yiddish. He says, apparently, the Rebbe says to him, the young elite in Australia do not understand the earnestness of their mission. And the Rebbe says, if in another place the work that the Anash are doing is pekuach nefesh, in Australia it's tchias hameisim mamash, it's bringing people back from the dead. That's what the Rebbe said. If in other parts of the world shlichus is Mesiras Nefesh, in Australia it's Tchias HaMeis, it's bringing people back from the dead. And the Rebbe continues, I was therefore not happy when your son Shmuel left Australia. And he only left Australia because he couldn't get married. And he came back with his wife after the chassan, and she couldn't find a place for herself. She was an Israeli, she wasn't even a Lubavitcher. And the Rebbe says, I was not happy that Shmuel left. He says, now you're going to be in Eretz Yisrael. The Rebbe tells him like this. If you think that it'll affect Shalom Bayis, don't say a word to him. The Rebbe was worried about a Shalom Bayis. But if it's not going to affect Shalom Bayis, tell him I need him in Melbourne. I don't need him in Bnei Brak. So his father went to Australia and grunted. He groaned. He didn't tell him. He made enough. And the story came out. So it didn't happen right away, but within a year or two, he could move back to Australia. The second story that he tells us, that Groner, Yitzchak David Groner, who was the size of a house, showed up in Bnei Brak. He came for breakfast, he says to me, when he walked into the kitchen, there was no room for anything else but him. And he ate breakfast in their house, and he said to Shmilik, Rabbi Gurevich, Mr. Gurevich, Mr. G, that if you don't move back to Australia, I'm giving the school away, the girls' school. I can't do it anymore. And he went, and all kinds of deals. You have to read his book. He's an interesting person. He describes every detail of the negotiations, the deals that he made with Groner and the deals that he made with the Rebbe. Bottom line is he went for a year. After a year, he asks the Rebbe, should I stay for a second year? He says, yeah. After the second, he asked the Rebbe, should I stay for a third year? The Rebbe says, yeah. After the fourth, I don't know how many times he asked, but he's still asking, and he's still in Melbourne. It's 55 years since he moved back. And for decades, he had the Beis Rivka. For decades, he had the Beis Rivka. The Nekuda is, this was Mesiras Nefesh. And at that time, everything was so small and so hard. And the Shluchim who went out then became, for lack of words, they became pieces of Rebbe. Pieces. The Rebbe pushed them and pushed them and pushed them and pushed them. But the Rebbe was so connected to them in a very pneumistic way. And I think it's very appropriate that we should say L'chaim for Rabbi Avraham, but Rabbi Yeshua. He was the head shliach to Florida. And the truth of the matter is, everything going on is his credit. Now everybody else says, I did it, he did it, the other did it. Without the first shliach, all the shluchim that came after him, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. And the Mesiras Nefesh, when the Rebbe said, Mir lev mavzeres chusim, 50, 60 years ago, a person lived an extremely difficult life to do the Rebbe's work. There is a spiritual component, not just a practical component. The Mesiras Nefesh of yesterday is the reason for that tzlach of today. It's important for us to acknowledge that. L'chaim, the Avraham Rabbi Yeshua Zahab, the Richtike Aliyah, the Rebbe said that the greatest Aliyah is Yiridus HaNeshama Lamata, Kitzu, V'ranu Nesheichni, Afam, Zozach Zed, Mit Nereb, L'chaim. L'chaim, 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 L'chaim. L'chaim, 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 L'chaim. L'chaim Bracha. Tamu Lechana Kama Lecha B'Sor. And Mendel's having Torah. Yeretz Tziyah Mazel Tov. You have a name already? You come from Israel?
Menucha.
Oh, Sachnaches. Zalman Sarbansky, you didn't see?
Always saying to him,
Came back, Kodesh Chazizicha L'Nezuzcha Uchevoidecha. Came back, Kodesh Chazizicha L'Nezuzcha Uchevoidecha. Came back, Kodesh Chazisicha L'Nezuzcha Uchevoidecha. Ay, 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 ay. Terer, ay, 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 ay. Ha da da. Ay, 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 ay. Terer, ay, 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 da da da. Tamalecha nafshi, kamalecha besari, beyeretz tiyaveh v'limoye. Ay, 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 ay. Came back, Kodesh Chazisicha L'Nezuzcha Uchevoidecha. Came back, Kodesh Chazisicha L'Nezuzcha Uchevoidecha. Came back, Kodesh Chazisicha L'Nezuzcha Uchevoidecha. Ay, 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 ay. Terer, ay, 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 ay. Da 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 da. Ay, 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 ay. Terer, ay, 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 ay. Da da da. I'm going to Benny today. Rabbi say you're allowed to come close. A lot of empty seats, unfortunately. Come on, come on. Rabbi Sa. Teredai la da. Ya da ya da ya da. Ay la da. Ya da ya da ya da. Ay la da. Ya da ya da ya da. One more time. Ta-da-da, ya, 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 la, da, la, da, ya, da, 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 la, da, ya, da, 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 la, da, oh, la, da, ya, 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 la, do, la, do, ya, da, da, da. There's a different, there's a different gear to this nigga. Teresa, ya, 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 la, da, la, da, ya, da, da, da. La, da, la, da, da, da. La, da. Teresa, ya, 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 ya. Ay, ay, la, da, la, da, la, da, da, da. Ah, la, da, la, da, da, da. Ah, la, da, 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 da. Ah, yo, you do. Tere, ya, la, da. Yo, you do, you do. Farbrengen und dann Farbrengen zusammen. What's going on? What's going on? All the knufjes. Met een very eng knufje. La 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 I can't hear you.
He's a shaliach of the Rebbe, very tzanua, very humble. He's not going to talk. The first shaliach to the Philippines.
Where?
To the Philippines.
Philippines.
Now he's there like more than 10 or 15 shliachim. He's the very nice shliach, not like a one cup, but the serious nefesh that he has, and he established over there mamish Bati Chabad in the Philippines. Yossi Rabbi Rabbi.
So what do you want me to do? Embarrass him?
No, maybe we should call him to speak about the shliach.
The building 770 Goy. Goy paid money for 770 building.
I can't hear you.
Filipinos. The Goy paid money for 770 building. Full money.
In the Philippines?
Yes, Goy.
I want to say a word. L'chaim l'bracha, l'chaim l'chaim, l'chaim l'bracha, l'chaim tell the shalom, l'chaim l'bracha, l'chaim l'bracha, l'chaim l'bracha, shalom aleichem. No like. I tell you a vort. It's not a mais, it's a vort. I love this, but I'm in a shirt. It's a Yud Bais Tamuz vort. But it's a Yud Bais Tamuz vort that has a very strong version for America. For us today, now. Many years ago, 40, when I was a kid, a couple of people made a cartoon version of the Hanukkah story. It goes back to the 80s, 40 years ago, more than 40 years ago. It was called Lights. If you, I don't have access to YouTube, but I know how to download from YouTube. You can type in, if you know how to find the download of YouTube, you download Lights. The whole thing is 50 minutes. It's so brilliant. It's so special. They made a cartoon animation of the Hanukkah story. How does the cartoon go? You have little children. The way the cartoon is designed is that they're telling the story of Hanukkah with very few words, but the story comes out so clear. I've never seen people using modern technology to teach Chassidus with greater clarity. It's extraordinary. It's so well done. It's so special. It was made by very special people, very Chassidish Yidden. So the way the cartoon goes is that there are letters. The whole thing revolves around letters. There's the letters of the Aleph Beis, and then there's the Greek letters. The letters of the Aleph Beis are made to look old and worn. They're curvy because they're rubbed out, you understand? They're not crisp and sharp and modern and new. The Greek oisias are beautiful. They're very, very rectangular, square, everything's very crisp and new. And the whole story of Hanukkah is told using the two sets of oisias. And these little children, and they're playing with the Aleph Beis, and along comes a big Misyavni, a big Hellenist, unfortunately a Yid, and he offers them the Greek oisias. And they're beautiful. They're much more attractive than the Aleph Beis. So the kids want to have them. So he says, no, you have to give me yours. If you'll give me the Aleph Beis, then I'll give you the Greek letters, the new letters. And the kids refuse. This is the whole story revolves a fight over the letters. One of the people in this animation is a Yid, a Misyavni, who's busy trying to destroy the Aleph Beis and replace it with the Greek oisias. What's the problem? The Aleph Beis have a light. The oisias of the Aleph Beis have a light of fire. And the fire of the oisias of the Aleph Beis makes this Misyavni mad. It makes him crazy. At one point, there's no children around, there's just Aleph Beis, and he has this big, big sword, and he's trying to kill the fire. He's trying to kill the fire with a sword. You can't kill the fire with a sword. You kill the people with... And it's the message that comes across is so clear that there's a new world, a modern world it's nicer. It's more perfect. It's more sophisticated. But then there are the old oisias of the Aleph Beis, and the oisias of the Aleph Beis have a lichtigkeit, have a fire. And the whole story is this fight. Am I going to give up the oisias of the Aleph Beis, but I have to give up the fire in order to have the modern Greek oisias, or I'm going to be mevater on the modern Greek oisias, not because I like the Aleph Beis, but because the fire doesn't let me go. The fire doesn't let me go. Anyway, now it's not Chanukah, now it's Yud Tamuz, but the emesis, it's the same thing. It's a Yom Tov Mesiras Nefesh. The reason I'm bringing this up is because one of the most important factors of Yud Tamuz is chinuch. One of the most important factors of Yud Tamuz is chinuch. The Friedrich Rebbe was Mesiras Nefesh for chinuch, for children. Right? And you could question the whole thing, Api Alocha, children not mechoyev mitzvahs and all the rest, be Mesiras Nefesh for children. The Friedrich Rebbe was Mesiras Nefesh for Tashbar, for Tineke Shel Beis Rabban. Like I told you a while ago, that the Friedrich Rebbe looked at his hands and he said, if I can't write about Tineke Shel Beis Rabban, I don't need hands. One of the most important Maimorim, or the most important Maimor, and the Friedrich Rebbe wrote then in Russia, that represented the time, that represented the Mesiras Nefesh, was a Maimor which begins with the pasuk V'kiba la Yehudim es Esherachelu Lasis. This Maimor, the Rebbe said, Purim Kot in Tafresh Bezayin, Purim Kot in 1927. We know this Maimor. We know by a different name. because the Rebbe said the same Maimer. You have to understand the language of Chabad. You know, the Rabbi said the same Maimorim. It's not the same Maimorim. Every Maimer was rewritten and re-emphasized, but it's the same Maimer. It goes back till the Alter Rebbe. But the Rebbe's Maimer is called Ve'ata Tetzaveh. Ve'ata Tetzaveh from the Rebbe is the V'kibel HaYehudim from the Frierdiker Rebbe. And what's so interesting, the Rebbe Rashab has the same Maimer from Ayin Test, Tafash Ayin Test, and the name of the Maimer is Ve'ata Tetzaveh. The Rebbe Rashab has a Ve'ata Tetzaveh, which the Frierdiker Rebbe turned into a V'kibel HaYehudim, and the Rebbe turned it back into Ve'ata Tetzaveh. Der, v'der, shav, der, umanhigav. Every Rebbe's Maimer, it's the same Maimer. But every Maimer reflects the Eder. The Rebbe Rashab gesagt, as reden darf man reden leiten Eder. Und Atz muss am Hus gibt zu Wörter, which means in English, the Rebbe Marash said, you speak to your community, and the Eibush is going to give you the words. The Rebbe Rashab calls it Vata Tetzaveh. The Frierdiker Rebbe 8 years later calls it V'kibel HaYehudim. And then many years after that, the Rebbe made it back into Vata Tetzaveh. And it's not so hard to understand why. But okay, we can debate this. We can talk about them things, and you can argue about all these things. And I'm not in the mood of, I'm too old to argue, so argue with somebody else. If you want to argue with me, I'm wrong, and leave me alone. Bad diminished. But the Frierdiker said, "I'm V'kibel HaYehudim Pei Zayin." And in that Maimer, in Pei Gimel, it says, "V'lahav and Zeh yash lahagdim tchila mashikosav v'yata tetzaveh." In other words, the Rebbe has the V'kibel HaYehudim in his Pei Gimel. The Rebbe's Maimer V'ata Tetzaveh, Pei Gimel is V'kibel HaYehudim. The Frierdiker Rebbe in his V'kibel HaYehudim, Pei Gimel begins with V'ata Tetzaveh. Same question, same answer. It's not word for word, but the Inyonim are the similar Inyonim, the role of a Rebbe and Nasi. But in the Maimer of the Frierdiker Rebbe, V'kibel HaYehudim, which was said, Purim, Cotton, Tafash, and the story behind it is that the Frierdiker Rebbe went to Moscow to meet Dr. Rosen. Dr. Rosen was a member of the Joint, which was an American organization that gave Onashe Tzedakah. The Frierdiker Rebbe used to get from then in the 1920s, $40,000 a year. It was a lot of money. And he had to explain to them what he's doing with the money. And he had to meet, they had an agent, they had a representative, he was an American Jew living in Moscow. And the Rebbe had to meet him and discuss with him his expenditures, the Hitzah, and to explain to him why he needed $20,000 every 6 months. And they argued about numbers. Because I can't take 1 penny less. And he says, maybe you can squeeze. There's nothing to squeeze. We're ready to squeeze to the limit. So the Frierdiker Rebbe went to Moscow to meet him. And it's a whole beautiful story. It's a very interesting story. That on the way to Moscow, he was alone. And when the Rebbe traveled alone, it was very dangerous. Because in Russia, when the Rebbe traveled alone, things used to happen. You know, that's how the Russians operated. There was accidents. So the Mishpacha said to him, as soon as you arrive in Moscow, send us a cable that you got there. They were pushing word about him. He traveled Dafka alone, by himself. A kid said, on the train, he had his own little room, little cubicle, I don't know if they call it a cabin, and a man kept looking at him through the window. He saw a man kept looking at him. He didn't know who the man was, but he was older than he was. He was in his 50s. And at some point, the conductor of the train knocked on the door, and he apologized, he excused himself. He said to the Rebbe, there's somebody here who wants to speak to you. And the Rebbe said, I'm not speaking to anybody right now. I need the time for myself. I need to relax. I need to think. I need to work. I'm not meeting people. But he sees through the window, sees that someone's watching him. Someone's looking at him. The whole ride, it's a long ride from Leningrad to Moscow. It's a long ride. It's a whole night. I took that train many, many years ago. Anyway, every 15 minutes, the conductor comes back again. There's somebody. And the Rebbe understood that the conductor is coming in to speak to him every time, because whoever it was that wants to see him is an important man. So the Frierdiker Rebbe finally said to himself, I can't refuse him anymore. Okay, he said, okay, let him in. The man came into his room, his cabin, and he introduced himself. He turned out to be a very, very high official in the communist regime then, the Soviet government then. And he knew the Rebbe Marash. And the Frierdiker Rebbe looked exactly like his Zayde. He recognized the Rebbe Marash. Anyway, they started to talk. He was a communist. And he told the Rebbe that my father is an old man and he has no money. And I'm offering to give him money to support him, but he refuses to take my money because he says I'm a goy. And the Frierdiker Rebbe laughs and he says, I know who his father is. I'm supporting him. Because he's a Malamed and a Cheder of mine. The Frierdiker had hundreds of Chadarim all over Russia. This man's father was a Chassid. He was a Malamed. The Rebbe was giving him Eitzah. And this father, he had a lot of money. He was a big mark at the party. And he wanted to help his father out about taking your money. He wanted to stay for Geld. Anyway, they had a very nice chat. The guy was a very dignified man. Says to Frierdiker Rebbe, I want to see you in Moscow. Where are you going to be? So Frierdiker Rebbe tells him what hotel he's going to stay in. He had made arrangements before, yeah? And when he comes to his hotel, he takes his room. As soon as he arrives in the hotel, the harassment begins. There were agents of the government in every hotel, including Yevsektia, the Evreiska Sekta, the Jewish communist. And one of the members of the Jewish Communist Party in Moscow, where he was a former student of Teib Chetmimim that he kicked out of the yeshiva. Shalom Aleichem, Aleichem, Shalom, Sag Gesundheit, Guten Tag. And as soon as the Rebbe walked into the hotel and he saw the Rebbe, the harassment began. He began to badger him and bully him and to harass him. And he says, you should know we're not going to leave you alone. We'll make your life miserable and we're going to destroy you. The Frierdiker Rebbe realized that this stay was not going to be so geschmack. So he did a very simple thing. He snuck out the back door of the hotel and took a hotel in a different hotel. So he left his hotel room with his things, but he had peace. But he had to keep the original room for one reason. Because 2 nights later he had a meeting with this fellow from the government. He had to be there. So the story, the Frierdiker writes this in Shimon. You could read it in Seif Mamor Tafish Bezayin. The Sufis, the Frierdiker tells the story himself. You can read it in his original. I'm sure it's a lot more precise and a lot more interesting the way I'm telling it. Anyway, 2 nights later, at 9 o'clock at night, the Frierdiker goes back to his first hotel because he has to meet this man. And he knows what's going to happen. They're going to harass him. The man shows up exactly on time and they sit down and they schmooze. And the man is explaining to the Frierdiker Rebbe that the communists are not bad. They don't have no problem with religion. They're going to let people have their religion. They just want to make a new economic system. What they call in America today redistribution of the wealth. But we're not going to hurt people. And the Frierdiker Rebbe is trying to explain to him that it's not exactly that way. And he's explaining to the Frierdiker Rebbe that's a couple of young hotheads. They don't understand the Shita. The Shita, the ideology is very open-minded and very generous and very liberal. On paper, the ideas were good. In reality, it was one of the cruelest regimes in the history of mankind. And as they're sitting there, the door bursts open, and these chevra march into the room, and the Rebbe is sitting there, and he's sitting with one of the most important people in the Communist Party. They didn't know who he was. In other words, the pictures and newspapers were not so common in those days. They made a mess out of the room. They turned everything, every valise, they turned everything upside down. They were not looking for anything. They were just trying to intimidate. When the Rebbe says, it's gleich giltig, I'm sitting there like there's nothing going on. This man can't believe what he's seeing. And after making a mess out of the whole room, they go over to the Frierdiker Rebbe and they ask him for his passport. Everybody in Russia had to carry a passport. And they write down his name, whatever it was, they were from Amsterdam. And they turn to this other guy, who they don't know who he was. They say to him, if you're with him, you're also an enemy of the people. Give us your papers. He's watching this. He can't believe what he's seeing. Because he's an ideologue. He believes in communism, but he doesn't believe in bullying. He doesn't believe in this. So when they asked him for his papers, he stands up. He slammed his hat. He took his hat up and slammed it on the table. He said, you want my papers? Here's my papers, and I want your papers. They took a look at his passport. They see his name. The Frierdiker doesn't say who it was, but he was a very important man. And they turned green and orange and yellow and purple and crimson and every color of the rainbow. Because they realized that the Frierdiker is sitting with someone who's very important in the new regime. Anyway, they become very, very hesitant, very reticent, very, very unsure and say apologetic. He says, no, I want your names. And he doesn't take no for an answer. He takes their names and he writes it down and says, we're going to fix this. Anyway, when they leave, he apologizes to Frierdiker Rebbe. And he's trying to explain. What he's telling the Frierdiker Rebbe was absolutely false. The reality was that the communist regime was cruel. Not just brutish. Cruel. But he signed on for an ideology. A lot of people were believers. How strong communism was in America in the 20s and the 30s? They believed they're making the world a better place. And in America, in America, how many Jews were communists? Because they were convinced that it's a nice, new, open idea that people are going to have opportunity and we're going to redistribute wealth. On paper, there's nothing in the world better than communism. In reality, there's nothing more cruel than communism. And it makes sense. Because if you take away from people incentive, if you take away people that need to work, you have corruption. And corruption, it ultimately ends up in violence. It doesn't take particularly long. It just happens. To fight for an ideology that doesn't work, you have to use violence. And that's what happened in Russia. Wait a minute. And he apologized to Friedrich Rebbe, and he says to Friedrich Rebbe, you don't understand, these are a few young hotheads, I'm going to fix it all, and he leaves. And the Friedrich Rebbe writes, he writes, in this first hotel room, his boinanti, he writes, I was misboinen in the incredible Ashkocha protest that just played out in front of him, And the whole night of the phone is ringing. The whole night the phone is ringing. When he finishes davening, he picks up the phone, and they're on the phone, they're begging the Friedrich Rebbe that he should not press charges. And the Friedrich Rebbe says, listen, we're a country of laws. We're a country of laws. We're a country of decency. And you cannot override the legal system. You have to let the legal system, the legal system is just, and it's righteous, and it's fair, and it's even-handed. The Friedrich Rebbe gave them a piece of their own diet, you understand? Anyway, that's the Hagdama to the mice. It's a gewaldige mice. But what happened was, during this visit, he met this Dr. Rosen a few times to talk about money. But it was supposed to be a secret. No one was supposed to know that he's a Maskell, but somebody found out that he's a Maskell. And sooner or later, the Anash, the Chassidim, the Yidden who were Beis Nefesh, who were working, they all were leaning on the Friedrich Rebbe. All the Bali Besidas Nefesh then were leaning on the Friedrich Rebbe. Friedrich Rebbe was the rock. He was the Eson of Mesiras Nefesh, all leaned on him. Came to the Friedrich Rebbe and they said he has to come to the Lubavitcher Shul and speak to the people. And the Friedrich Rebbe said, I could not refuse him. I'm sorry? Pei Zayin, Purim Cotton. At that time, there was no way I could not give in to their request. So he came to the Lubavitcher Shul, it probably says what street it was on. The place was packed into the street, spilling out into the street. And the Friedrich Rebbe said, the Maimon V'Kibbul HaYehudim, which is now printed. Friedrich Rebbe wrote, it's printed. Like I said, it's based on a Maimon from the Rebbe Rashab V'Atat Tetzaveh, and this is the source of the Maimon which the Rebbe said, which is also V'Atat Tetzaveh. So one of the most important parts of that Maimon is the story with Mordechai and the children. The Friedrich Rebbe tells the story in great detail. He quotes the Medrash, Barichas, how the children were learning with Mordechai Yehudi, and Haman was coming. And the mashmoas is, it's implicit that the Rebbe writes in his Maimer, people like after the Tzaveh, Peri Gimmel, that there were many Gzeiras. The first Gzeira was that on Yud Gimel Elul, the following year, they'd murder every Yehudi. The second Gzeira was, you were not allowed to be Mahakal Kilas Barab. You couldn't get together in large groups. And the third Gzeira was, you were not allowed to learn Torah. So if you gather together a lot of children in one place and you're learning Torah, they could kill you before you'd give a law that it was more than one Gzeira. So Mordechai told the children to run away. Mordechai told the children, and the children said to Mordechai, Itanu itach, we're with you, ben l'chaim el amavis. Do you know that Yankel Hecht, Yankel JJ Hecht, he used to translate the Rebbe's Sichos into English by the rallies, remember? If you don't remember, I'm sure you've seen the tapes. The Rebbe used to when the Rebbe made Tzivas, a Malach Tzaitin, there was one rally a year, Chanukah. Maybe there was 2 rallies a year, there was not many rallies. When the Rebbe made Tzivas Hashem, there were 10 rallies a year. Mamish, every Chodesh came out, the early members for sure. And Yankel Hecht, J.J. Hecht, Yankel Harav, Yankel Yehuda Hecht, he used to translate the Rebbe's Sichos into English. And apparently the Rebbe told him he should speak the language of the children. So he used to dramatize the whole thing with the Yetzer Hara, and you got to kill the Yetzer. If you remember how he would translate, he translated like he's sitting in his living room, and the Rebbe was standing right there. So he had a Mishagas that he started. At the end of each rally, he would give the Rebbe a brocha. Remember? I'm asking remember, but I don't know who I'm talking to. Even you don't remember. Du gedenkst, you remember? You remember. You remember, Mendy. You give a brocha. And every time he had a new chap, what was his brocha? So one rally, he said to the kids, what says in the Maimed, the Medrash. And it was very poignant. You listen to it now, you get goose pimples. he had all the children say together, Anu Itach. The children said to the Rebbe, Anu Itach, we're with you for life or for death. And the children all said with Rabbi Hecht, Anu Itach, we're together with the Rebbe. It was very, you can hear the tape, you probably see the video also. Anyway, so of course in the Medrash it says that Mordechai asked 3 children coming from Cheder what they learned, Psekli Psukach. And the first child said, Al Tirim Pachat Pisa Meshoyz Hashem Kisaveh. Don't be afraid. And the second child said, Utzu Eitzav Esufa David David Yaakov Ki Yimanu Eil, that the Eibush the Goyim make Eitzas, Seini Yisrael make Eitzas, and Utzu Eitzav Esufa, the decrees are destroyed because Hashem is with us. And the third pasuk, which as a child no one knew, I didn't know the translation, but I was embarrassed to ask. Which means, it gets old. You didn't get old. Our relation with the Eibishter gets old, but it doesn't get old. The Eibishter holds us just like he held us the first day. It doesn't get old. You have an Hazinu in this Habracha. What do you have? The pasuk. What's the pasuk? V'zei sabracha. V'zei sabracha. V'zei sabracha. I don't have a head, but there's a pasuk which says, "Nu uchiyamecha davecha, uchiyamecha davecha." Uchiyamecha davecha means there's the young years and there's the old years. So when everybody's young, everything is as a v'mizakt. Uchiyamecha davecha, that the old is the same. It doesn't age. Can I get a napkin? It doesn't age. It doesn't age. Anyway, so this is what. Thank you. This is what so Haman saw Mordechai talking to the children. And Mordechai was in a good mood, and Haman says, in so many days I'm going to kill you. What exactly are you so happy about? And Mordechai told Haman and Rasha, B'sura teva b'srani. They gave me good news. That's exactly what happened. So in this Maimir, where the Friedrich Rebbe talks about children, and the Pashtus, it's a Purim Maimir, about Mesiras Nefesh, so he mentions the children also. But the Friedrich Rebbe has a very, very specific emphasis. And the emphasis is, you know the pasuk? The Rebbe always said the pasuk wrong. The pasuk is mipi elim v'yenkim mitzada te'ez leman sererecha lahash b'seiv masnakim. The words leman sererecha the Rebbe never said, and I believe in the Friedrich Rebbe's Maimon they're also missing. There's a lot of psukim that the Rebbeim always quoted different than it says. The best example is Eretz asher tov me'edeni ad Hashem elekecha b'merishas hashana v'dach hashana. It's an Eretz asher Hashem elekecha deiresh esa. Talmud, but the words Deiresh Sheisa the Rebbe didn't say, because Deiresh Sheisa could mean that Hashem is judging the Jews. Those words the Rebbe forgot. How many times did the Rebbe say that pasuk? Hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. He always Eretz Asher Talmud. There's no such pasuk. The Rebbeim had their own psukim. Eretz Asher Talmud. I remember growing up, one of the things that always struck me, the Rebbe used to quote the pasuk. Eisesenu le'inu ve'nitanu yedei The pasuk is Eisesenu le'inu ve'ein eid navi ve'nitanu yedei. The words ve'ein eid navi the Rebbe always skipped. You know why? Because the Navi was sitting and speaking. How could he say ein eid navi? See, the pasuk was always quoted as if you didn't know the Tilim, you would think that that's the pasuk. It's Eisesenu le'inu ve'ein eid. The Rebbe always skipped those words. Anyway, so this also I heard from the Rebbe make him 100 times maybe. The Rebbe said the pasuk over and over, and he always skipped those words. So the Friedrich Rebbe explained that oiv and misnakim means two kinds of enemies: an overt enemy, a guy tells you I hate you, and a covert enemy, a subliminal, the guy who smiles at you and sits next to you on the bus, and he quietly puts a knife into you. You understand? The revealed enemy and the concealed enemy. And the pasuk says, "Mipi eila v'yenki b'sarta eis b'hashim sheiv misnakim." The koyach, the hevel sheibechet of little children, destroys every enemy of the Jewish people. Every enemy, the overt and the covert. Seder Yisrael are defeated by the little kids. I remember the Yom Kippur War. I was 8 years old. The summer before, I was still 7. A whole summer, the Rebbe talked about children. A whole summer. There was rally after rally after 1973. I mean, how many people remember this? It's a long time ago. I was a little child. And there were rallies. And I remember as a kid, you need to have this.
Swap it out.
Oh, I thought you wanted to go home. The Farbrengen only begins. Where's the Meister? You know our story with Zalman Kleiman? Zalman Kleiman.
Which one? Yeah.
This is special for the camera people. Zalman Kleiman lived in Kfar Chabad. He was a bocher. He was an artist. And Zalman Kleiman was a very interesting person. He was a Yirei Shamayim, Zera. But he really marched to his own drum. He was not not one of the schwitzes, it's not by Farbrengen, where his hands on everybody else's shoulders, calling each other schwanz. He was his own guy. Always. He was very, very, very by himself. He was an artist. President Shazar came to Kfar Chabad for Yud Kislev Farbrengen. Anyway, they had speeches and they had singing and anyway, when the Farbrengen was over, they gave the president a tour of the Kfar. This is the old Kfar Chabad. There were still the stone houses from the Arabs, the Safaraya, Kiryat Safaraya, before they built the new homes. And they took him around to the Kfar, and one of the places they brought him was to Zalman Kleiman's gallery. He was a bacher, he had paintings. And Shazar walked, the president of Israel, in Kleinigkeit. And Zalman Kleiman was after 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 L'chaims, it was Yud Kislev. And he is showing the president of Israel his collection of art. And one of the paintings was of a Farbrengen. So Shazar says to Kleinman, and what is this in Hebrew? He says, Zeh Tvadut. Tvadut. So Zalman Shazar says, Mashasinu Zeh Ata. He says, Lo, Mashanaseka Shater Ozev. When you leave, when the camera goes off, that's when the Farbrengen starts. So the Reveile, verstehst? Anyway, I thought you were going to take this from me. Okay, so the Farbrengen is not starting just yet. So I remember that summer, Lamed Gimmel, the whole summer I talked about children. And I was 7. But I fought with my brother every day and it made my mother cry. I was a terrible child. And I remember thinking to myself, I have no Avedas. I'm full of Avedas. All I do is Avedas. And the Rebbe was saying that children, the Gemara says, when a child speaks, a pasuk teira, a pasuk tilm, a pasuk tefillah, it has a much greater impact because it's hevel she'ein bechet. The air that comes from the mouth of children is pure and innocent. And there was a whole summer, and this is what it was. One of the events that I remember very distinctly was Yumer, young man. What's his name? What's his name over there? Karinsky. Do me a favor. Send my love to your father. I didn't say regards. Please. Yeah. The Rebbe asked to see the children, Shabbos Chazon. My father ran home in the middle of the Farbrengen. I was 7, or rather was 6. We were very little. But I think about it now, we really thought we were grown up. It's hysterical. We were so little. And the father stepped us to 770, and the Rebbe Pashat gave every child wine from his becher. We walked by the Rebbe, and the Rebbe put wine into my becher. We were very little. My Zayd al-Vashal, my father's father, was sitting behind the Rebbe. He passed away in 76. This was 73. And when we walked by, he got out of his seat, and he walked up to the Rebbe, and he said to the Rebbe, as we took wine, das is mein Abbas. My father's name is Abba. So he said to the Rebbe, that's my brother, who's a year younger, and we both remember. It's one of our most crisp, early memories of 770. But the Rebbe taught the whole song about children. Huh?
Rebbe said, what was the name?
Das is mein Abbas. My father's name is Abba. These boys are the son of my Abba. He said in Yiddish, das is mein Abbas. A whole summer he talked about the children. When the war started, the Rebbe spoke at Gimmel Tisha. There's a tape, the Rebbe Magir, the Farbrengen, that Niba v'layada maniba, the Rebbe said, about himself. That a whole summer he talked about children. And he said, I have a shaila. Tafresh Pei Zayin happened more than 40 years ago. And every year, I never talked about Mipiyei Lev Yankim like I did this summer. What pushed me? The Rebbe says, I didn't know myself what was pushing me to speak so much about the children and the Hevel Shem Bechet. And now I know that the Eibishter put the words in my mouth. Niba v'yodem Niba. And at that shrine, I want to mention that this year, Tafshin Pei Vav, is 50 years exactly since the Rebbe was metaken the Yud Bais Psukim of Marich Hazal. And by the way, if you go to, there's a website I heard of called InsideChasidus.org. I'm stickle shaykhis with that website. And I would very much love for you not just to visit, but to go and live there for a little bit. I can keep you busy for a while. So I'm doing Blineder, I'm doing an all 12 Psukim. I made a commitment. I'm holding Vishinantam. Before the year is out, I have only a few months left and I have a lot of other things to do. I have to do all Yud Bais Psukim. Where's my bag? Anyway, so the Rebbe then, when the Rebbe made Yud Bais Psukim, the Rebbe said that the reason he's making the 12 Psukim is for the same reason. Because the help Hashem, the 12 Psukim was a very interesting idea. The concept of the 12 Psukim was that children should become mashpiyim. It's not enough that children learn, the children should become mashpiyim. The kids should go on miftzayim and they should do themselves hafatzeh. And the Rebbe said, what's the specialty of children? Two things. Number one, children are naturally very, very precocious. They're very social. And number two, children are naturally very competitive. Just 1 second. So if you combine both of those traits, you get the perfect shliach. You know, if you're friendly and competitive, so you're going to work on the person you're being makar. You come up to a little child and say, I know this pasuk. Do you know a pasuk? So the child comes back to you tomorrow and says, I know this pasuk. That's how the Rebbe described it. And when the Rebbe made Yud Bais Psukim, the Rebbe said that he's doing it since he has this new idea. The children should be mashpiyim. The children should not just be makar, they should be mashpiyim. So, as they say in the language of the 21st century, they need material, they need chaymer. What are the children going to be mashpiyah? So the Rebbe provided it. The Rebbe made Yud Bais Psukim, Marich Hazal, that the children should have what to come to their friends with and show off. I know this pasuk, what pasuk do you know, and so forth and so on. That's how the Rebbe himself described Yud Bais Psukim. And for those who are not aware, I imagine there's a big koch in Yud Bais Psukim. So I would imagine that you know, but it's not 12, it's 2 sets of 6. The Rebbe taught 6 psukim. This is his Teretzivish, my Yisrael, B'chol Dever Kol Yisrael, Ki Karev Elech Adav Meid, and V'hine Avayin Yisrael. Like by the parade, the Rebbe added the second 6, Bereshis, and Vishinantam, and V'Havta, and Yagaita, and then there's V'zen, there's Yismach. If you look at the Yud Bais Psukim, I just heard a tape of Rabbi Shachat, as a Shachat of Gesundsein. See, I thought this myself, but he said it also, so I'm leaning on a big support. That there's a basic difference between the first 6 Yud Psukim Marich Hazal and the second 6. The first 6 are hashkafic. They're defining Judaism and Jews. The second 6 are practical, they're actionable. Torah Tziva is a fact. Shema Yisrael Hashem Echad is a fact. Yetzias Mitzrayim and El Mabah are facts. Kodev Elach Adav Me'ed, Havaya Nitzav Alav is a fact. Especially when you look how the Rebbe translated Havaya Nitzav Alav. When the Rebbe spoke about Havaya Nitzav Alav, he didn't koch so much in Me'ed Dekaroi. He didn't koch so much in the idea that Hashem is judging you. When the Rebbe spoke about Vashivhini Hashem Nitzav Alav, the focus was on the idea that every Yid is a Merkava. V'hine Hashem Nitzav was a pasuk. That Yaakov Avinu was sleeping, and on top of him was a ladder, and on top of the ladder was a Shechina. And this Sulam is a Merkava, is a seat on which the Eibishter sits. So when the Rebbe spoke of V'hine Hashem Nitzav Alav, he says every Jew, he didn't speak about the judgment so much. In other Farbrengens, he spoke about the Im Evdei Karoi, Hashem is judging us. But in the initial Farbrengens, the Shchedesh Yir, when he introduced V'hine Havayit, he spoke about Hashem, every Yid is a seat for the Eibishter. The second 6 are instructions, even Bereshis, although Bereshis is also a statement that Hashem created the world, but the message of Bereshis is that since Hashem created the world, you won't fail. If you'll do what he says, you won't fail, because if it's his world, What he wants is going to happen in his world. But after Vishinantam is to learn Torah. Your Gaito Matzos is for sure actionable. And then the last two psukim are both about Dira B'Tachteinim. They're all, the second 6 are actionable. When the Rebbe introduced the base psukim, he said the same maimer again, that he's introducing the psukim because he wants children to be mashpiyim. Why did he want children to be mashpiyim? Because of the inyan of the children are hevel shei bechet. And the Gemara says, you cannot compare the air that comes from the mouth of those who have sin to the air that comes from the mouth of those who do not have sin. And of course, I'm sure you know, and if you don't know, I'm going to tell you, it's sort of an accepted fact that summer was the Nes in Entebbe. And the Rebbe said almost explicitly that the campaign of the Yud Bais Psukim, which started out of the blue after Pesach, out of the blue after Pesach. I remember I was 10. All of a sudden, Tafshin Lamed Vav became Shnas HaChinuch. The year was half over. Tishrei, Cheshvan, Kislev, Teviv, Shvat, Oder, Nisan. Rosh Chodesh Iyar, the Rebbe announces retroactively the last 7 months and the 5 months hence are the Shas, a year of Chinuch, Torah education. And it was such a shturim. I was a 10-year-old. And I was only summer I went to Cap, only summer I went to Gan Yisrael. And you knew the 12 psukim, Nachamol, Nachamol. And the Rebbe indicated that when the Nes of Entebbe happened, that the schus of the little kids saying psukim, the Nes of Entebbe is so extraordinary. It's beyond. And the Rebbe connected. The Rebbe, in other words, the Rebbe saw that the Nes, you have to have a miracle. If you have to have a miracle, you have to make a keli. What's the keli for a Nes? Good soldiers? No, little kids saying psukim. Hevel Shem Bechet. Anyway, I have gone off on a long tangent, but I haven't forgotten what I started with. I started with the lights, the Greek letters and the Hebrew alphabet, Medehelik Aesius. Our Rabbi, the Rebbe Rashab, of course, in his generation, the Friedrich Rebbe in his very tumultuous generation, and the Rebbe Zogazunzan in our generation, they always spoke about Chinuch al Taras HaKodesh. When you're raising B'chlal Jews, but especially young children, the key is Taras HaKodesh. Now you have to think about this. What is the meaning of the words Taras HaKodesh? Taras HaKodesh, the purity of holiness. If you've studied Hasidus, you know that Tahara is lower than Kedusha. Tahara is lower than Kedusha. The word Tahara is associated with water and oil and wine. Pure versus impure. Kedusha is associated with light and fire. Holy means removed. And of course, the way the mysticism goes is a person cannot make himself holy. A person can only make himself pure. If a person purifies himself and he merits, holiness rests on him. You can't hold holiness. And in the mashal of the Hanukkah story, you cannot hold a fire. You can only create the cup and make the wick and produce the oil. And whether the fire rests or the fire doesn't rest, that's up to the Eibishter. So Taras HaKodesh means we raise our children pure, that they should be open to Kedusha. And the Kedusha comes from the Eibishter. And the Kedusha is in the Chaim Chlorfein's video, lights, the old frayed oasis of the Alabase with that fire, that the big Misyadnu with the big machete is trying to kill the light, he's trying to kill the fire. He's trying to kill the fire. Why? Because the fire is gnawing at him. The fire is getting into his neshama. If we could only kill God, I'll be able to sleep at night. Oh, but shtat nicht. You're trying to kill a lakus with a sword. You can kill people, you can destroy communities, but you cannot kill a lakus. And the whole story comes down to this nakuda, this Jewish man who's become modern. and become Hellenized. He's in the new world. He would love to sleep comfortably, but that stupid fire keeps showing up in his dream. I had to kill the fire. But how do you kill the? You can't kill the fire. You can't kill the fire. Why? You have no tool to kill that fire. You have no control over that fire. You don't bring that fire. You can't make the fire go away. David brings the fire. We raise our children, and in every generation, this phenomena changes. You know, in the times of the Rebbe Rashab, it was in one tziyur. There was a lot of Teda in Russia, but there was also a lot of kfira. And I say kfira, I'll translate it literally, a lot of ice, a lot of coldness. People studied Teda all day and all night. They didn't know him well, but I met him. His name was Label Zisman Alav Shalom. He lived in Kovna, which is a city in Galicia, whatever, Litapel. He told me, I could build it. The people who lived in the city were cultured, sophisticated. His father was a Chassidish Yid. His father's name was Feivel. He was killed by the Nazis. But him and his brother survived. The father asked the Friedrich Rebbe to give each one of them a bracha. His older brother's name was Berel Zitzman. And he came to the Friedrich Rebbe with his older son for Yom Tov, for Tishrei, for Simchas Torah. And after Yom Tov, before he went home, he took his son to Friedrich Rebbe and said, Rebbe, give him a bracha. And he gave him a bracha. The following year, he brought his second son, who was before Bar Mitzvah, Label. I said, Friedrich Rebbe, give him a bracha. And the Friedrich Rebbe hesitated. He balked. He didn't give a bracha. Now imagine, you're in the room with the Rebbe and your son. Now what does it cost the Rebbe to give a bracha? A couple of words, so a few words. And the Rebbe is silent. And he got very, very disturbed, that Feivel. So he said, the Rebbe, give him a bracha. And he says to me, Label, I heard it from him directly. The Friedrich Rebbe was looking through me. The Friedrich Rebbe's eyes were fire. The Rebbe's eyes, if you've ever seen the Rebbe's eyes, were lasers. And people say, I never met those people, but the Friedrich Rebbe was even stronger. I said, his labels, I was 11 years old, I was a little boy. And the Rebbe is looking through him, and his father saying, Rebbe, give him a bracha. And his father repeated it a few times. And each time he repeated it, it became more and more emotional. He became hysterical. The Rebbe was not giving him a bracha. At one point he said, Rebbe, give him a bracha, because you gave him the Melton. Give him the same bracha you gave his older brother. And the Rebbe is staring at him, and staring at him, and staring at him, and staring. And his father's freaking out. And at some point they gave him the bracha. This guy, Label Zisman, during the Holocaust, was saved from certain death over and over and over again. And he would say later that the Friedrich Rebbe was Pashat walking him through the war. I mean, one of his stories, just one of his stories, is they were sent to the gas chambers. A group of kids. There were no kids in the ghetto, in the concentration camps. They killed them all. So Label says to his friends, let us march in formation like soldiers, singing Ani Maiman. All the kids lined up in rows, I don't know how many wide, and they started, imagine marching to certain death. They were children, singing Ani Maiman. The Nazi who was in charge of the selection saw kids marching and singing. He was sure that they were a work detail. People don't die like that. So he sent them back to the camp. He sent them back to the camp. Survived the war. Now, why am I telling you this? I want to tell you my what labels this month. What did I want to tell you? Oh, he says he lived in Kovna, and his father said to him, Leitke, this street don't go on Shabbos. Now, you know, labels this man, his whole mitzias is contrary. You tell him not to go, he's going to go the first thing in the morning. So the next Shabbos, bright and early, he popped out of bed and he ran down the street. If his father hadn't told him to go down the street, he wouldn't have known to go. But the Tata gets nicht gehen, as a gegangen special. It's like 7:30 o'clock in the morning, and he hears a Yid learning Gemara with a Zamesikas. A Jew is sitting on his porch and learning Gemara with such a sweetness. It was like Mil Mahaba. And he says, why would my father not want me to see this? Until they got close. The guy was holding a cigarette. So the Taras HaKodesh by the Rebbe Rashab fought against this. Well, you're not talking about children now. You're talking about big London. But the fire was lost. When the Rebbe Rashab made Teim Chatmimim produced große Goinim, big Talmidei Chachamim. But Teim Chatmimim was not about that. Teim Chatmimim was about the fire. Teim Chatmimim was about Taharas HaKodesh. Teim Chatmimim was about Yira Tehoira. The Rebbe Rashab said when he made the yeshiva, there's no shortage of Torah in Russia. The best yeshivas in the world were in Russia. But there was this fire, there was this coldness. And like the Lashon you have with that Yem Yem, between Kalkait and Kfiras, Adin and Mechitza, between coldness and heresy, there's a very, very thin wall. And the Rebbe Rashab was fighting for Taras HaKodesh in his generation, in his way. Yeah? But Friedrich and Rebbe, it was Poshet. In Russia, it was black and white. You know, the one good thing about living in a time of Mesiras Nefesh is that you're never not sure. In a world of Mesiras Nefesh, it's yarnished. There's no gray. My Zaidi Shusterman, my wife's grandfather Zaidi Shusterman told us, that he left Russia on the same train as Reb Nissen Nemenov. They were Mukhatanim. My Shved is Nemenov and my Shvigir is Shusterman. They were both Shlobiner. Matla Shlobin, Nissen Shlobiner. He left on the same train with Reb Nissen. Nissen was a big chassid. And as they were crossing the border from Russia into Poland, Reb Nissen said, Herzach, you need to listen to me carefully now, he said. This is how he put it. We are going from an Elam HaEmes into an Elam HaSheker. We're going from a world of truth to a world of lies. We're going from a world where for Shabbos you paid 3 years in Siberia. For Kashrus you paid 5 years in Siberia. For Taras HaMishpacha you paid so many years in Siberia. And for Chinuch HaTaras HaKodesh you spent 10 years in Siberia. So if you did it for God. And now you're going to go into a world that you give your child a Jewish education, they're going to tell you thank you, give you a pat on the back and give you a kiss on the forehead. So he said they're going from Elam HaEmes. Reb Nissen couldn't take it. Reb Nissen needed Mesiras Nefesh. He needed Stalin. Reb Nissen came to the West, they couldn't handle it. Because the Bachrim, there were normal kids in France. The kids played ball, they had fun. Reb Nissen couldn't handle it. Why? Because he needed that pressure. He never stopped living in Russia. And he couldn't understand why the kids were not as holy as he was, because there was no Stalin. They went from Elam HaEmes to Elam HaSheker. Now you come to our generation, it's a third seed, but it's still the same principle that Abayim fought for the light. They fought for the fire. They fought for the holiness. They fought for the Kedusha, the Tahara Mebel the Kedusha. That's what they fought for. And this is a test that as parents we face. Now I don't know people, it's late. If Farbrengen has gone on for a while. Yeah, this speech probably should have been given 2 hours ago. Basically, I prepared my speech. It took it a little too long to get through the speech. Maybe I didn't get to this part of the speech until 12:47 in the morning. But okay, that's how it is. It goes to Taras HaKodesh in America. Taras HaKodesh in America, it is what the kids learn. It is. The Rebbe didn't want children learning Limudei Chol. No, the Rebbe wanted children not to learn English or math, at least till 9. At least till 9. And if it was up to him, till 11. And if you would listen to him, the Rebbe used to say it doesn't bother him if an American-born child speaks English with a Russian accent. In other words, what's important is Taras HaKodesh. But this is the technical side of it. The spiritual side of it is we're raising our children. And our task as parents is to give them the fire. You cannot give them the fire and the Greek alphabet at the same time. And what's the Greek alphabet? What is the Greek alphabet? The Greek alphabet is American values. The Greek alphabet is not learning English or math. Technically it is. The Greek alphabet is Hashkafas Elam, is a philosophy, is a Welterscheinung, is a outlook on the world, which is American, which is secular. That Yiddishkeit is an idea. Yiddishkeit is an option. Yiddishkeit is a thought. Maybe it's a good one. We don't raise our children to be open-minded. We don't. We raise our children to have only Kedusha and Tahara values. You can learn all the Torah in the world. If you're missing the fire, you're very, very close to Sakana. You can go to yeshiva and learn very little. But if you take out of yeshiva the fire, you have the most important ammunition, the most important tools you need to be a Yid in the modern world. You know the story with the Rebbe Rashab. I don't know why I'm thinking of Marash. This is the first man Basalagani. The Rebbe Marash took a hotel, a very expensive hotel. The hotel was so expensive that the richest city with the Rebbe Marash couldn't stay there. They stayed in a different hotel. It was called the Alexander Hotel, I think it was called. Anyway, he had a room on the second floor, the third floor. He went down to the first floor, which was a gambling casino. And he walked into the casino, and there was a Jew sitting there without a yarmulke, sipping wine and playing gambling, whatever the gambling was. And the Rebbe Marash walked up to this person, and he said to him in Yiddish, "Younger man, Zayayid, young man, today for wine contaminates the mind and the heart. Be a Jew." And he walked out. There were witnesses to this. People saw it. The Marash said it with so much emotion. When he said it, his whole being was invested in this one man. Then when he walked out of the casino, he sat down on the first chair that he could find. He was very, very excited. This is you're talking now the 1870s. There was no there was no electromagnetism. They had mechanical systems. So in these very, very expensive hotels, you would sit down on a chair and they'd lift you up to the second floor. They had man-made elevators. You understand? They were on pulleys, and people would pull you up with the gears and cranks and the whole thing. So the Rebbe Marash sat down on this chair that was used as a mechanical elevator. It wasn't electromagnetic, it was mechanical. And they started pulling him up to the next floor. He had to say, "No, put me down." Because he was so misrakshas. And the Rebbe tells the story, the first Maimed. And the Rebbe says, from that one man, the Rebbe Marash got him. Is a ganze mishpacha from Yidei Mishleim. And Rabbi Weinberg tells the story. The name of the mishpacha that this came from, this one person was Mishpachas Klein. They lived in Paris. The Rebbe Marash. What are the pshat and the mais? This whole story is about the fire. The whole chassidus is about the fire. Yiddishkeit has a body. It's a beautiful body. It's a body of Torah. It's a body of mitzvahs. It's a body of midas tevis. Behind that body, there's a fire. That fire, in fancy words, is a lakus b'pshitas element b'chachas. That fire is Hashem is natural. Everything else is novel. So in the Rebbe Rashab's generation, the war against the Greek letters had one seed. In the Friedrich Rebbe's generation, the war against the Greek letters had a different seed. And in our world has a very, very different seed. And the thing about it is, in our world, it's the least difficult. But it's the most subtle. It's the most subtle. The difference between this side of the divide and this side of the divide is so small that you never know if it's Ta'ad Avavil, the Yidusha, or it's Rachmanu L'Santuma. Mamish. You know the story of the Alter Rebbe, famous story of the Alter Rebbe. Famous story of the Rishimis. It's printed on Sefer HaToldos. There was Shimon HaKoifer. It's a whole long story that the reform, which was started in Germany, they were called the Haskalah. You know what Haskalah means? Enlightenment, smart people. If those first reformers would come out of their graves and they would see what reform looks like, they would throw up. They would mamish, they would throw up. Because their whole idea was chokhmah. They wanted wisdom, they wanted Torah and other chokhmah, all kinds of chokhmah. Today's reform is what? It's an empty building, it's nothing. It's so shallow, it's so hollow, it's so sad, it's so tragic. But the reformers were treif because they fought against the fire. They didn't fight with the oasis of Alabais, they didn't fight with the oasis of Gemara, they fought against the fire. So in Western Europe, they contaminated the whole Western Europe. Germany, France, England, they fell like flies, Yidden. Then they tried to make inroads into Eastern Europe. And the Chassidus stopped them. Not the Mishnah. Chassidus stopped it. The Rebbe stopped it. The Baal Shem Tov stopped it. And there's a lot of stories to this effect. And by the way, I want to mention, Derech Agav, it's not Negei Test, but it's, I must admit, a year and a half ago, Hey Tevis time, I got very, very sick. I was very sick. I was in the hospital. And I wasn't able to do anything. So I read. And I read a book on the Chassam Sefer. And I regret that until I was 58 and a half years old, 59 years old, I didn't know what the Chassam Sefer was. The greatness of the Chassam Sefer is unreal. You know, there's Chassidim, and there's Misnagdim, and then there's the third team, Chassam Sefer. The Chassam Sefer's greatness and his holiness and his is incredible. Chassam Sefer saved all of Hungarian Jewry. Hungarian Jewry were the same way as German Jewry. Chassam Sefer settled in Pressburg, which was in Hungary. They wanted him to go to Germany, and he made the decision to live in Hungary, and he drew a line in the sand. He created a yeshiva. Chassam Sefer changed his whole life, changed his whole yeshiva structure to raise a generation of Rabbonim who would fight with the Reform. And he saved hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of Jews from Shmad, because the Chassam Sefer was the Chassam Sefer. I heard once that the Rebbe Rashab said that in the Pressburgi yeshiva, the Chassam Sefer yeshiva, all the Talmidim are whole. Now one of them took the Greek letters rather than the fire. He says, in Tem Chatmimim we struggled. The Rebbe Rashab said, in Tem Chatmimim we struggled, that the children should not take the Greek oisius. And he met with Rabbi Akiva Yosef Sefer, the Rosh Yeshiva of the Pressburgi Yeshiva. And he said to him, I heard this from the Lubavitcher, that in the Pressburgi Yeshiva, the Talmidim are all whole, while the Kedusha of the Chassam Sefers of Zay Megan, the holiness of the Chassam Sefer protecting them. He asked how we can raise the Talmidim of Tem Chatmimim, that they should have the Heiligkeit of the holiness of the light and not get distracted by the beautiful Greek letters, you understand? And in our world, it's so subtle. I always tell the same story. We had 5 girls, Baruch Hashem, and they all went to Besrivke, Baruch Hashem, and they all had a bas mitzvah, Baruch Hashem. Right? Now the Rebbe wrote in letters and in answers how he wants a bas mitzvah for girls to be. The Rebbe didn't want a bas mitzvah to be much of a big deal. The Rebbe doesn't matter. So every year the school would call a meeting of the parents, the 7th graders, the bas mitzvah class, and talk to the parents about how the Rebbe wanted a bas mitzvah to be. And every year, the parents went to the meeting, and none of them listened to the school. They all did what they wanted. And my wife went to these meetings, and very, very prominent Lubavitcher women would say, in quotes, I don't want my children to miss out. And therefore, the Rebbe's vision and the Rebbe's idea and the Rebbe's rules were forgotten. You know, he doesn't really mean it. You know what I'm saying? Because my kid is not allowed to miss out. The Rebbe wanted a bas mitzvah to be like this and not like this, and they were smarter than the Rebbe. I'm using this as an example to make the point that there is a line as parents that's extremely sensitive. On this side of the line is the fire, and the other side of the line is the Greek letters. And the Greek letters are a blat Gemara. They're not a science book. The Greek letters could be a Maimer Chassidus, not a comic book, not a movie, but it's on the wrong side of the divide because the fire is missing. Fire. And you should know that the story of Yud Bais, the Mesiras Nefesh of the Frierdiker Rebbe, on the face of it, was for this. That when you raise your children, we raise our children, we have to give them the fire of Alakus and Kedusha and the chutzpah necessary to dog in the ganze Welt, Yeshakeni, Chabdin Bud. We have to give our children the boldness to tell the world who looks at them and says it's a Rachmanas and you gate pfeifen. Again, I don't have too many stories. I tell the same ones over and over again. Rav Zalman Shimon Dvorkin, Lubavitch had a Rav, who I remember. I didn't know him, but I remember him. My father knew him. He passed away in 1984, Purim time. Rav Zalman Shimon Dvorkin. He was a big Talmud Chacham. He was an Eli, very bright kid. He lived in Lubavitch as a child with Tem Chatmimim. He was a big Choshev Rav. But he was by nature a very fine person. He was an edel and mensch by nature. So when you came to live in Lubavitch in those years, there were all kinds of rules. And the rules were in place to guarantee that the children would take from the yeshiva the fire and not the Greek letters. It was a real struggle. So there were all kinds of rules. One of the rules were if you came to Tamuz Farbrengen for 2 years, they didn't let you go home. And if you left before the allotted time, you didn't come back. So you came to Kid Yeshiva, and you're 12 years old, 13 years old, for 2 years, they didn't see your parents. And before you went home, they would indoctrinate you, they would brainwash you, they would prepare you. So one of the things that they used to say to the children is, if you go home and somebody makes fun of your casquette, or they used to wear 2/3, they were like half kapotas in Lubavitch. That if somebody makes fun of your beard, or your payas, or your kaftan, or whatever it was, you have to tell them the pasuk. The third pasuk is Shirashirim, Shakinim, and Shikas Piyu, with the trop of David Mendelbaum, for those who understand the Kabbalah. And Rabbi Shimon went home, and he was a prize. He was a very bright kid, and people knew him. Anyway, he met an acquaintance. Oh, was machst du? I haven't seen in such a long time. They started to chat. And he's asking him what he's up to. He says, what do you mean? I'm learning Tamuz Farbrengen, I'm learning Yeshiva, learning Nigel, learning Chassidus, learning all that, And the guy says to him, this is all arcane. We have beautiful Greek letters. We traded in those tiny little ugly letters with the fire for something without a fire, but it's so attractive and it's so beautiful. Today, Jews can go to college, which you couldn't do in the olden days. Jews can get an education. Jews can be a somebody. My father, Zagazunzain, told me that he remembers as a young boy, Lubavitch Chassidim, Spitz Chabad, for whom one of the greatest accolades was Ageledenter, an educated person. Ageledenter meant you went to college and you learned what? Chveisva, social science, physics, mathematics, stuff. And Lubavitch Chassidim, Chassidish Yidden, were mispal from this notion of Heint Lachen for the ganze college. It's a big joke. Even Goyim laughing at college today. It's not a big joke. But then it was a getchke. It was literally a god with a small g. And people who considered themselves Lubavitch Chassidim, okay, with the Rebbe didn't like it, but when the Rebbe wasn't around, you know what I'm saying? He's educated. Oh, he's a mensch. Why he went to Egelante? So the Zalman Shimon is over 14 years old, and some guy is explaining to him his options. You can be in Tamuz Farbrengen and become a schlepper, and a battler, and a loser, and a good for nothingness. Yeah? Or you can be a mensch, and you have these big, beautiful Greek letters. Zalman Shimon was an edel yid, so he heard him out and he left. He was a half a block away, and he remembered that he forgot to tell him Yishakenim and Shikas Piyu and the trop of David Mendelbaum. He forgot the whole Eirav and the Tamuz Farbrengen. So he ran after the guy. He chases him. I forgot to tell you something. He chased him a block and a half, and the guy is thinking that maybe he wants to get him you should get him an application to some university. So he stops. Yeah. Vergessen sagen Kuschentag. Go fly a kite. And he went weiter. Because this was how you had to have an azus. I once heard from a Tzvi Gdim Shalom a truth. This is in the Mishnah Pekiyavis that we said yesterday in Shul. As ponim legehenim, obeishes ponim leganeden. You understand Yiddish? It was a Ingerische. As ponim legehenim, obeishes ponim leganeden. If you are a bashful person, you're going to go to Gan Eden. So the tree green with the getaich. If you're a bashful person, stay in Gan Eden, stay in Koilel, stay in Williamsburg, stay in the protected area. Because you go out into the world that's going to eat you up alive. As ponim, your chutzpahdik, you can go into Gehenna. You understand? So they used to raise the bocherim with the chutzpah. And we had the welt in bud. You understand? The kids were taught when you have to say the pasuk with the nusach of David Mendelbaum. So sagen, Gesundheit. Verstehst? Das ist Yud Bais. Yud Bais was a Mesiras Nefesh, which is ongoing. It's still ongoing. And the essence, the pnimius of Yud Bais is that there is a holiness. And the holiness has to be preserved. The Friedrich Rebbe, we have a lot written down. That's it. Farbrengen's about to start. Zalman Kleiman, if you look, Zalman says, we're waiting for you to leave. Yes, they gave that 5. Okay, it takes them, we gotta wait a lot longer. 3 hours and 43 minutes and 18 minutes in Farbrengen. Unfortunately, the Farbrengen is gonna go, start after you leave, but it's not gonna be very long. Okay.